I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.
Peace, family, peace, family, peace, family. What it do? Poor City coming right back at y'all with this African history, culture, and greatness. I hope all you guys are doing all right out there. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Right now, I'm about to bring up more facts. We about to go ahead and break it down. We got Islam on Trial, Volume 14. Islam, the Enslavement of Black Africa. Peace, family. I'm going to do a small recap on last week's presentation to catch everybody up, and then I got a little bit to add to it today. Right now, Mo is in the green room. I'm going to bring my brother out right now. Shout out to Mo. Go ahead and hit that like button if you haven't. Mo, give me a mic check. You good?
Mic check.
Sweet.
Peace. Peace to the chat. Welcome
Peace.
to another push.
The push continues, everybody. The push continues. And we don't give a fuck because the truth is like rain. And they don't give a damn who it fall on, especially with this Islam shit. We've been hearing some crying, some Allah Akbars and all types of shit. I'm just saying. Don't get mad, get smart, prove us all wrong. That's it. Hope everybody doing all right in the chat. Who's in the chat right now today? We got Patrice. Shout out to Patrice. She's always holding it down.
Peace.
Sleepy out there, y'all. Watch out for Sleepy. Peace, Sleepy. What's going on? What's going on, family?
Language learner. Peace. Sleep. Peace.
Let's go.
Tell them niggas wake up.
Wake up. Everybody, go ahead and hit that like. Go ahead, and if you haven't subscribed to the joint, go ahead. If you like what we be putting out, go ahead and hit the like button and subscribe and share this with the family. Because you probably been cheated out on your history lessons if you haven't heard any of the stuff that me and the brothers be putting down. Peace to Patrice. Peace. So yeah, this volume 14, and we're gonna keep pushing. I'm gonna kind of recap a little bit on what I talked about last week pertaining. What's up, Sharana? We see you down there. Pertaining the Islam and the enslavement of Black Africa and kind of how it came into Africa. Um, I had a post today where this dude was trying to convince everybody that um, we are Arabs, like we're the Arabs, and I'm like, fuck no, we're not. Arabs got
Whoa.
yeah, like that shit. Like Arabs got their culture, we got our culture. But that's the misconception that people get, man, where we want to clean everything except for our traditional African beliefs and shit, man. It's wild, but it's one to do. I was following them for a while, and then it's like soon as they get a little Islamic on me, and and try to make that feel like it's like that's indigenous to Africa. Nothing against it. If that's you, that's cool, and that's you. But what you're not gonna do is make that shit sound like that shit African, or it has Africa. Like it's that y'all came in Africa with that bullshit. So I'm gonna recap a little bit on my presentation, but that shit had me wilding the fuck out.
Yeah, he was tripping.
Yeah, he was like, look at him. He's what do you say? He's an Arab. Doesn't he look just like you? I'm like, whoa. That don't mean shit.
We different, man.
Right.
They a different breed.
Yeah. Patrice saw that shit, yo. I'm like, yo, what the fuck, man? Yeah, we were the Arabs. We the real ones, though. We the real black ones, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, wink, wink. No, nigga. You almost had me. It sound cool. Hell yeah. Sean, I haven't gotten that book yet. I checked the mail. I have not yet. I hope I gave you the right address, but I haven't yet. No biggie, man. If I get it when I get it, it's all good. I know you signed the joint. Shout out to Sean too. But yeah, man, they was tripping. But yeah, if I had the book, man, I would have highlighted the shit out of that joint. Shout out to Sean. Get my man's book too, because he did a lot of research on Islam as well. So shout out to him. But I got
Sean.
Monday to address.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get your shit today.
Yeah, I'll probably get it today. It just never came. I checked, and let me see, what time is it? So yeah, I'll probably get it a little later today if it hadn't gotten there already. But yeah, it ain't no biggie. But yeah, fam, they be tripping, man. They be tripping. But I'm gonna kind of read fresh on what I did last week, and then kind of bring it a little bit more into West Africa a little bit. Yeah, let me see. Give me a minute, y'all. Cause I gotta look. All right, it's right here. All right, this is a recap, y'all. All right, my whole screen should be sharing. So all of my tabs, because I'd be like that. All right, so basically, Islam is on trial, right? And in the last presentation, we talked about the origins of Islam. I just want to take it back to where all of this stuff come from and where we get it from, because a lot of people got the misconception that it originated in Africa. I'm sorry to break your Islamic little heart, but it did not. Okay. Now, the origins of Islam started, with the Prophet Muhammad, somewhere between 570, and he passed around 632 AD. Now, this is the kicker. Now, no matter what you believe in or what you say, the Prophet had what he had to say. But after his death, a series of successors called caliphs claimed the political authority over the Muslim community. So that means you had other people coming into play to take over the leadership of the Islamic State. So whatever these motherfuckers said, that's what they did. Okay. This was on the eve of Islam because Islam is a new kids on a block type of religion. It's an AD religion. This is new. Okay. You had the Byzantines and the Caesarians, a rivalry that was going on between them, Rome and Persia, and that lasted for more than 500 years. This is where those trade routes and stuff, they were battling over trade pretty much, right? And then you got this Islamic state that rises out of all of that. The Red Sea is a really important to understand when we're talking about Arabs or Islam or trade or merchants. Okay, because that's where all of that stuff came from on this side. Okay, the Red Sea trade was dominated by Arabia. Okay, so whenever Allah came into to the scene, he moved to Medina, if I'm pronouncing that right, and he set up shop there, because of the fucking trade. Okay, this was a whole busy trafficking area back then, from the upper and lower Egypt area to the lower to the Horn of Africa. Okay, so that's why you see Ethiopia and the Somalia getting involved with Arabia. Why the fuck are they that close and not somewhat influenced by the Arabians? That don't make no sense, right? It says the island of Dahalak, I'm always messing these names up, forgive me, was the outlet for Arab trade and a point of departure for the fusion of Islam to the Ethiopian heartlands. I want y'all to pay close attention to the Red Sea. This is really important body of water right here when it comes to trade and the Islamic influence getting into Africa, because look at the close proximity. Okay, you got the kingdom of Aksum and all of that stuff. All of this stuff plays a part in how Islam got into Africa and how Islam was fighting against Christianity as well. Again, we're going to talk about the Arab resistance real quick. That was who fought against the Arabs. And when we're talking about the land of the blacks, we're talking about Balad al-Sadad, right? That's what they called us. The area where we most heavily was dense, land of the blacks, Balad al-Sadad. And a lot of Islamic writings, you'll see them reference Balad al-Sadad. Anytime you see this shit right here, just think of us, black folks, dark melanated people, okay? Now, we're talking about Nubia being Tasseti, one of the oldest civilizations on record right now, right? And they had archers, land of the bow, all right? These brothers right here and sisters put on like the most heavily resistance towards Islamization in Africa, right? And this goes way back. When it comes to defending Africa and the East Coast, you know how we read about the Ghanaians with the poison dip arrows, right? Same thing on the East. You had Africans defending Africa, or on the East. I don't want nobody to think that they just walked in here with these biblical books without some type of resistance. And the Nubians don't get enough credit for defending Africa when it comes to Islam. All right. The Nubian archers, there were a land south of Egypt that was recognized as the land of the bow. This is present day Nubia. The archery in Nubia goes back over thousands of years. The Nubian archers would be featured in Kemet's military for thousands of years. Okay, the first resistance to Islamization of Africa was by the Nubian archers. Don't forget that. Going over the books again, this particular book is a really good book when it comes to sources that I got a lot of my information out of. Islam in the Tropical Africa, source page 113. Now right here, this is out of that book. It says the spread of Islam was due mainly to the peaceful contact of merchants and the penetration of Arabs who settled and mix with the Sudanese people. Okay, so Muslims were able to enter the Sudan by 3 major routes. The first was across the Red Sea. That's how important the Red Sea is to this shit. The Red Sea was like the gateway. Okay, either by via Abyssinia, Ethiopia, right, or directly to the Sudanese ports such as Bada, Abadaha, if I'm pronouncing that right, and Sukin. Although the Red Sea was generally difficult to navigate, it was in no time a formidable obstacle to movements. However, the number of those who migrated by route could not have been as great as those who entered from Egypt. It was mainly by letter route that the process of Arabization and Islamization of the Eastern Sudan was accomplished. Immigrants avoided the Nile Valley, fearing Nubians. Okay, that's why I wanted to read this again. They feared Nubians. These were a formidable enemy to the Arabs, right? And it says it right here. It says fearing Nubians who forbade unauthorized entry, and the majority of Arabs infiltrated through the eastern desert unnoticed by the Nubian authorities. So this was on-site ass whoopings that the Nubians was given to the Arabs because they were foreign people coming into Africa. Why were they coming into Africa? They were coming in there for trade. They was coming in there doing these fucking slave raids and trying to get our kids and shit snatched up. So the Nubians were hip to that shit. It says the last and probably the least important route was the Northwest Africa, who effect falls outside the scope of this paper. This route was, however, frequented by a number of men of religion who had great influence in propagation of Islam after the 16th century. The reports we possess of the first Muslim-Nubian clash are somewhat confused, but it is evident that there was 2 main invasions, first in 641 and the second in 651-52. The skillful Nubian archers bravely resisted the Muslim conquerors, and the Muslims were soon to discover that they were fighting against an extremely dangerous and disagreeable enemy. The Nubians henceforth were called the smiters. Sorry. Right. So that's going to tell you right there that back then in 641, whenever these Muslims, these Arabs came over via the Red Sea, it didn't say we were Arabs. It didn't say we were already practicing Islam. They said the Islamization of Africa started when they was coming over from the Red Sea, and they was gladly meted. They was meted gladly by the Nubians, and the Nubians fucked them up so bad the Arabs had nicknames for them. They called them the eye smiters because they would smite the eye, put your eye out with the arrow. Shout out to the Nubians for defending Africa for so long, right? Another book right here, The Royal Kingdom of Ghana and Mali Sangha, Islamization of West Africa. Now we're getting into West Africa now a little bit and talk a little bit more about how that shit got over here. Again, this is a recap. If you guys like Port, you already said this. Well, I'm saying it again because this shit really need to stick to people's brains, you know? All right. So in this book, it says, interest in the Western Sudan grew when the sultans of Arabia heard traitor stories about gold-rich countries south of the Sahara. The Arabs, right? The Arabs wanted very much to add West Africa's wealth to the ever-expanding Arab empire, as well as to add believers to Islamic world. But to launch a jihad against Ghana to launch a jihad against Ghana would have not been practical. It says Ghana was too far away and protected by enormous desert. They had to learn how to get across the fucking desert. This is like, people need to understand that we're Muslims. We was always no, we wasn't. No, we wasn't. Not in West Africa, not in East Africa. The Nubians telling y'all that we wasn't on this shit. And the Ghanaians is telling y'all that we weren't on this shit right here. We let them come into the cookout, right? They didn't even know how to cross the deserts until they got the camels and shit like that. You dig? As soon as they got them camels right and they learned how to get to certain water stations and shit like that and learn how to cross that shit real well, it was on, right? It says the Arabs wanted very much to add West Africa's wealth to the ever expanding Arab Islamic empire. So how do you expand empires? Well, you have to create a jihad. But guess what, family? At this time, it was too far away to do that at the time. But it says here, over time, though, over time, Islam reached Ghana any damn way. This happened in the same way as missionaries and fur trappers and traders spread across the American West, bringing a new religion and a new economy with them. Bringing a new religion and a new economy with them, with Islam via the trade. It says right here, Islam has no organization, priesthood, but education, religious teachers, and professionals, professionals were and are important and peaceful people. As a group, they were called the Alma. I can't even pronounce that name. Sorry, y'all. El Mama, the learned, is what they were called, and their opinions still play a large role in places where Islam is practiced. Now dig this. The first contact Ghana had with Islam was through merchants and travelers. The Amana in turn introduced the Sanake to Arabic. Their first written language, although they came to win converts, these scholars also wrote profusely about their experiences. It is from these early writings that we get a glimmer of what old Ghana was like, right? It says Islam reached old Ghana, but the Ghanaian kings and the majority of his subjects remained loyal to their traditional African religions. This is really important. That's why I'm saying this shit all over again. Port, why are you doing it again? Because it's fucking important. Islam reached old Ghana, right? But the Ghanaian king and the majority of his subjects remained loyal, family, to their traditional African religions. That means they wasn't on this shit before it got here, and they tried to stay loyal as much as they could, right? But this disturbed the more devout Muslims who would later use religion as a reason to attack the kingdom. But for a time, the Ghanaian kings allowed Muslims and any other groups to work, teach, and build their institutions within their empire. We let y'all motherfuckers in the cookout and y'all burn our whole house down with this shit. That's what happened. All right? I'm going to skip past this. This motherfucker right here, Uthman Dan Fodio, he helped spread Islam through West Africa. Now, you can call him black, whatever. I don't give a fuck. When you adopt some bullshit and if you enslave the indigenous black people, that's what we call sellouts. I don't know what they call them in your hood, but that's what they call them where I'm from, okay? So when you adopt that shit, you take over this shit and you go along with all of the bullshit, right? This is under the Shara law. It says, let's talk about the Islamic law, right? Shahara law, whatever you want to call this shit, right? New slaves could be recruited only by birth in slavery or by capture in war. Muslims could not enslave fellow Muslims. A Muslim thus reduced to slavery suffered a grievous injustice, but a slave who became a Muslim remained a slave, all dependent on the sequence of events. Wow, it just depends on the sequence of events, huh? The status of a non-Muslim slave who converted was not altered by Islam. Wow. It says the status of a non-Muslim slave who converted, right? That didn't alter your shit. You can still be considered a slave if you convert, basically, is what they're saying. It says, nevertheless, even if slavery in the Islamic world was more a matter of religion than race, Muslim slave traders in sub-Saharan Africa were sometimes unable to resist the temptations of enslaving free black Muslims merely because they were black. All right? Bala al-Tadad. black slave trader. What it says, the black trade slave. I'm sorry, the black trade slaves in their forced marches across the Sahara were treated as if they were still unconverted pagans. And this says how they had to try to. Let me see. I skipped over this shit. My bad, y'all. This talks about how they was trying to convert them and teach them Arabic between them getting to sell them. They capture them. These are kids and all of this stuff that Mo was talking about last time. You kidnap these kids, you go through slave raids, and then you have to teach them Arabic and try to convert these kids so that they can be more valuable. That's what this is talking about. Now we're gonna go talk about the West Africa a little bit. These are the Islamic states that ended up in West Africa. Now, some of these black folks converted to this shit, and this is where the shit gets a little messy because you have black Islamic people that enslave the indigenous black folks. It gets a little messy with that. It gets messy. It gets real messy. So hang on, let me I gotta go to my books real quick. I hope everybody is liking the screen. I'm gonna stop sharing my joint real quick. And then I'm gonna read a couple of books and I'm gonna pass the mic to my homie real quick because I don't do much. That was a quick little a refresher joint. Yeah, soon, right? Yo, give me a minute, y'all. It's just the way it came into Africa was just ugly, and they just be trying to like make that shit sound like it was the sweetest little thing in the whole wide world, and it wasn't. They was fucking shit up. This is some funny shit. When me and Mo was in the green room, I had my shit together, and now I feel like I don't got my shit together. All right. Give me a second, family. Peace, y'all. Peace. Thank y'all for y'all patience. I ain't gonna keep you waiting too long. I must have.
Where Rocky at? Sleep.
Was she supposed to be over here?
Yeah.
Oh
Got
shit.
got a little Saturday special for her. She was over there talking about the slave trade ain't happening and shit. Like, forget the slave trade ain't happening. I'm gonna take you after it was abolished. So you supposed to pull up, but I guess you can catch the rerun.
Nobody pull up, man. We just be teaching, man.
The rerun.
We're teachers, man. We got a boring teacher. Teacher's life is boring, man. We teach. Every now and then kids act up in class. We have to school them. But don't nobody really want it. Damn, why I can't find the book I want?
Hit her hard.
Man.
Hit her harder. That shit sound good when you in a live. A bunch of people don't know what the hell they talking about. But the numbers and this, I don't care about no damn slave numbers. I don't care what the hell you count. If I can show your ass people were taking kids, that shit is foul. I don't care about contracts. I don't care about indentured servitude. I don't care about prisoners of war. If you're taking kids, all that other shit you're talking about is out of the question.
Yeah,
if you got slave ships and people are trying to hide it, they're trying to stay under radar and not get caught. They making bets with each other. I bet you I can get to Africa and bring back 500 slaves. Oh, deal. If you doing that, then that means somebody is saying you're not allowed to do it. How are you not allowed to do some shit that was never happening?
Mm-hmm.
Come on now. Pull up with your notepad and your pencils and take this back to the pretending. Tell them you had it wrong. Say, hey guys, we had it wrong.
It's okay to say I fucked up. Guys, I fucked up.
Keep your feathers in your head, but leave the slave trade alone.
Say it all the time, you know. I fuck up all the time. Well, damn. I think I fucked up now, y'all. I was gonna find some extra shit. I thought I had the damn book, but I must have clicked it out.
Yeah, I did that shit earlier too. I was sitting there trying to downsize my shit and close my whole shit out without saving.
See, that's why I hate. I gotta have my shit messy, and it's more organized for me when it's everywhere. But if I fucking click one button and then all my shit gone, so I gotta find it. But it's all good. We gonna rock and roll a little bit. I forgot the damn book. But anyway, we're gonna talk a little bit about this book this book right here, real quick. Let me see if I can find the damn book.
Yeah, make sure everybody hit the like button. Shooting in the chat.
Yeah, peace to Susan. Peace to Susan. All right, I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna do a little bit of reading, y'all, and I'm gonna stop reading, and we're gonna pass the mic to my homie. Is that it? Can y'all see that?
Not yet. Oh yeah, slavery and Islamization.
Yeah, this is I was trying to find something else, but whatever. We're gonna keep it moving. But this is a really good book pertaining slavery in West Africa. The title of the book is Islam in West Africa: Religion, Society, and Politics, 1800s. And this is, I forgot what page it's on, but it's titled here, Slavery and Islamization in Africa, a comparative study. And we're just going to kind of go over a little bit of it right here. It says the present paper is a preliminary study of the impact of slavery on the spread of Islam in different parts of Africa. It is part of an extended comprehensive study of Islamization in Africa and across the Muslim world, which seeks to discern patterns in the expansion of Islam, which have involved in different geographical regions and historical circumstances among peoples of diverse religions, systems, cultural values, and social structures. Whereas most studies of the spread of Islam are on a regional basis, here I attempt a thematic approach and will present some general thoughts on the relationship between slavery and Islamization. I wish, again, to stress the preliminary nature of the study and its need of elaboration and refinement by additional research, and examination or explaining differences in the relationship between politics and the trade. Richard Gray and David Birmingham suggest that the first and possible the most significant factor was the nature of the commodity trade. Same factor, one may add, also helps account for different patterns of Islamization. In the Sahel and the Savannah between the Niger and the Senegal rivers, the trade of the successive kingdom of Ghana, Mali, and Senegal was mainly in gold. For a long period, slave trading was of secondary importance. Only around Lake Chad and other hand, the successive states of Kanem and Bornu, having no gold to offer, depended primarily on the slave trade for their commercial relations with North Africa. This difference in commodities of trade, gold, and slaves influenced political dynamics and the process of Islam in the Western and Central Sudan. In the Western Sudan, trade routes from the Sahel extended inland to the sources of gold, first in Bambuk, then in Buri on the upper Niger, and by the middle of the 14th century, as far south as the gold fields of the Akan forest. Gradually, larger sections of the Western Sudan between the Sahel and the forest were linked in a commercial network. The benefits occurring to those who controlled and secured the routes along which gold and other valuable goods were transported encouraged the formation of chiefdoms and their integration into large-scale states, and the spread of Islam far inland to the south. So right here is talking about trade and how these networks of trade were established, and it was the via trade that established the link that brought Islamization into Africa. There was no similar southward expansion of trade, state formation of Islam from Lake Chad during periods of strength. Kanem and Bornu expanded not to the source of slaves in the south, but to the north along the Sahara routes as far as Bazan. Bornu alternative direction for expansion was towards the Hausa states in the west. South of Lake Chad, the expansion of Boru was hindered by natural barriers, the mountains of Mandara, dense vegetation, and the marsh created by the seasonal flooding of the lake and of the lagoon and the Sari River. Moreover, the countries south of Lake Chad were better exploited as honey grounds for slaves if left outside bounds of Baruro. The southern borders of Baruro thus became a hostile frontier crossed only by slave raiders. The lack of peaceful communication and the absence of Muslim settlers or even individuals beyond the boundaries inhibited the spread of Islam. Okay, so the spread of Islam came with the traders and the slave raiders. Okay, the frontiers of Islam south of Lake Chad were, however, influenced by a long process of the political transformation, which began towards the end of the 14th century with the shift of the Siafawa dynasty. If I'm chewing these names up, I apologize. And the Kanem and the Boronu, southwest of Lake Chad, with the establishment of the state in its new environment. The Kanari, a new society incorporating the local population, generally referred to so, developed in the 16th century, and the state of Bagarmi emerged southeast of Lake Chad on the right bank of the Shari River in a region which formerly had been raided for slaves. Not long after the creation of the state, ruler of the Bagarmi became Muslim. Sorry, let me move this. Right? A Muslim, at least normally, the Islamization of people of Bagarmi, however, took longer. In the middle of the 19th century, H. Barth remarked, the adoption of Islam is very recent. The adoption, I repeat, of Islam is very recent. And the greater part of them may even at the present day with more justice be called pagans than Mohammedans. So they instead of worshiping Muhammad, they call them pagans, right? Because it's hard for them to adapt to Islam, pretty much. Okay, these people right here they're talking about. The people of the Bagarmi, sorry about the dog, y'all. My bad. The Bagarmi, nevertheless, considered themselves superior to their neighbors, proud of their supposed preeminence in religion and eager, sorry, for the profits of the slave trade. They raided their neighbors. All right, those seeking the protection of Bagarmi paid tribute and slaves and defending themselves against raiders. Some ethnic groups, like the Musku, developed chieftaincies and sultans. All right, this is the Islam coming into West Africa. We setting up chieftains and sultans in West Africa. Imagine that, of which adopted some external features of Islam. H. Barth accompanied an expedition from Bornu, the object of which was to weaken the Musku tribes who, behind their natural defenses of river and swamps had hetero been able to maintain their independence. One of their chiefs, um, Addisine, enjoyed the friendship and the protection of the borough or the ruler of Bornu. The order had been given through the encampment of the expedition that all the property in the villages of Addisine should be respected and nothing touched. The inhabitants of the village, however, thought it more prudent to take care of their own safety by flight than to trust themselves to the discretion of the undisciplined army of their friends and protectors. Despite the order, the warriors looted everything which had been left behind. During the same expedition, Barth witnessed to the ceremony in which two local chiefs who had sought the protection of Bernu avowed their subjection by an oath, were officially dressed in black robes as a sort of investiture. Political association had cultural and religious consequences. Addition, the Masku chief had shaved his head in order to give himself the appearance of a Muslim and wore a robe. But of his companions, only one had adopted this foreign garment. All the others had their loin girth with their leather apron. It says in the country of the Musku, Bornu policy oscillated between slave hunting and the establishment of some kind of political authority. Further north and west, in the more accessible border countries of the Margi, integration into the Bornu polity was more advanced, as reported by the Barth during his trip to Adwana. I'm chewing these names up. I apologize. And on the third day after having left, what's that say? Madrida, Barth reached a valley which originally formed part of the MacArthur County, but has been separated from it and annexed to Barnu. Its former inhabitants having either been led into slavery or converted into Islam, that is to say, taught to repeat a few Arabic phrases without understanding a word of them. This goes back to East Africa when they was kidnapping enslaved people, indigenous people, and just forcing this Arab, hey, learn this Arab word right here and these Arabic phrases and say this when they buy you, you need to say this and shit like that. Same thing over here, right? This is some weird shit. But anyway, where did I go? Y'all get the picture. I ain't gonna bore y'all no more with this. You know, I don't want to read y'all too much. But we talk about the Sokoto Caliphate. And the Sokoto Caliphate was one of the Islamic states that risen over here in West Africa. This book talks about the Sokoto Caliphate, right? And I'm gonna talk a little bit more about the Sokoto Caliphate later, but I'm gonna let my man go get some of this action. But one thing I wanted to talk about is and he was talking about slave ships, yo. And I think I found an Islam. I think I found the Arab slave ship, y'all. I gotta find this. I gotta find the Arab slave ship, y'all. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Where is the slave ship at, y'all? Where is that joint at? I'm gonna show y'all this one joint, and we gonna kick it. I told y'all I wasn't gonna be on here long. Where is the book at? Where that? All right, we're gonna share this again. All right. I'm gonna share my book again. We looking at we talked about these colonial slave ships, but I found like one Arab slave ship when I was reading. I was like, oh shit, got your ass, Mr. Postman. because they be trying to hide this shit. But I did see it. Let me see. All right, the title of this book is European Slave Trading in the Indian Ocean. All right, so we talked about the Red Sea slave trade. There was an Indian Sea slave trade too. And these crackers are saying, hey, we ain't the only ones doing it. We see other people doing it too, you know. Where is it at, yo? Hold on. Where we at? I gotta find out where this shit at. I lost it. Give me a minute, cargoes. It's just I just saw something about a ship over that joint. Watch, I can't find it because I'm on the spot with y'all. But hang on, give me a minute. Where'd you go? Give me a minute. It's in here, y'all.
What was it, captured? Was it captured or some shit?
It was a ship that had I think maybe 150 slaves on it from what I was reading. And I was like, damn. But they identified it as an Arab ship. But I had shit somewhere, yo. Damn. Give me a minute. I'm gonna find it, yo. I just wanted to show the family that if y'all look hard enough, you'll see shit like that. And you're like, okay. It was just a little bit. Let me see. Where is that though? Damn.
That's what they wanted to do.
Yeah, family. Watch, I can't find the mug too. It's gonna make me look. Yeah, Paul, where is that? Damn. Is it me or is it like the computer, like on desktop, the shit look different on your phone when you save the number? This shit weird to me. I just want to find one little joint just to tie this in, and I'm gonna let you have it, bro. I gotta find it. Portuguese. I want y'all to just see it. Now I gotta find it.
God. I'm re-highlighting my shit anyway. The redo.
Man, where is that fucking ship at, man? I know it ain't way over here. Technical difficulties, family.
Yeah, y'all. We get this shit is definitely real, man. I don't know what the fuck. You shouldn't even almost drink the Kool-Aid with this shit. This stuff it's hard to figure out like what you want to use. There's so much shit documented.
Yeah, it's out here.
Not just for academics, like it's not just like historians and people who are just curious about it. It's their own personal shit that they didn't even know we were gonna read. That's the super daggers behind this shit. They didn't even know. And sometimes people's family be needing some money and they be like, shit, I can sell this John $150 now. Or they just want a little bit of fame. Like, hey, I got the slave trader's diary right here. Like, that's big. And then they probably don't even agree with it either. They probably ashamed of that shit. They ain't gonna burn it up and try to keep the family secret and shit and try to hide it. Most of them probably ain't gonna do that. But we still be ending up looking at shit that people just do not expect us to see.
Yeah, we just be coming across shit, fam. It'd be the weirdest shit too. We be like, no way, yo. If we don't share it, it's like y'all ain't gonna hear it.
Right. Oh yeah, book 4. I just got that one. Usman Dan Folio.
Yeah, Usman bunking. Yes. We need to do a whole damn presentation just on that shit alone. Like the I can't pronounce the Sokoto Caliphate or whatever you want to call them. Yeah, them motherfuckers. They had the largest fucking plantation in goddamn second to America. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it out, man. Okay, so yeah, my bad, family. This is on page 70, between 76. I was here all along. Ain't that a bitch? Between 76. That shit don't say it on my phone, man. So my bad, y'all. Between 76, 77, y'all might have the same mistake. When y'all get the book and when you get the joint on your phone, it just says different shit. Anyway, it says 53 on my phone. But anyway, this book is titled European Slave Trading in the Indian Ocean. Like we had a Red Sea trade, and then you had the Indian Ocean trade, right? The Red Sea was a little bit more significant than the Indian trade, but nevertheless, you had an Indian Sea trade. But this talks about just slave ships and shit like that. I was just reading, and it says the Portuguese were not the only non-French participants in the Mascarene trade. Right in 1784, two imperial ships anchored at Port Louis, one from Mozambique and the other from Mafia on the Swahili coast, probably with slave cargo. It says Spanish vessels reached Port Louis from Mozambique between 1787 and 1804. It says one of which is known to have carried slaves, right? It says in 1805, the Arab ship Shahili arrived at Port Louis from Zanzibar with 150 slaves aboard. I should have highlighted. That was my problem. I didn't highlight it. So right here, we're talking about in 18. Come on, don't do that on me. 1805. Right here. This right here. That's what I want to do. Bam. Okay. Oh, come on. Don't you do that shit. Oh, man. Okay, yeah. Can y'all see that? So yeah, in 1805, the Arab probably Mani ship Salahali arrived in Port Louis. Port Louis was one of those slave dam ports for the trade, right? So we cannot say Arabs was not involved in the slave trade and they didn't have ships of their own. We got a ship right here, according to this book, from 1805, over there on Zanzibar, and it had 150 slaves aboard that ship. It says stray references to Arab and Persians among the Maritime slaves populations suggest that small numbers of slaves from the Persian Gulf may have also reached the islands of Omani ship between 1790 and 1808. Two American ships are also known to have carried slave cargo to the Mascarenes, whatever you want to call that. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Arabs had slave ships just like the colonial people do too. And you just don't hear a lot of the slave ships on this side of the coast, but that's one we spotted right here in 1805. Just wanted to point that out to the people that don't believe that this shit happened. It's weird that y'all don't think this shit happened. Y'all weird to me. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Y'all funny. But yeah, thanks, Patrice, for the book. It's titled Islam in West Africa, Religion, Society, and Politics from 1800s. And that's it, man. I just wanted to do a little refresher joint. And it ain't a sprint, it's a marathon when we banging against Islam. Thank you, family, for hitting the like button. Thank you guys for following, subscribing, liking. Let me see. And I'm probably going to come on and do some more little mini prezos too. There's a lot to talk about with Islam, you know, how that shit came into Africa. Fuck shit up. Peace to the chat, too. Peace to everybody. Thank you for Patrice for putting the books out, too. Yeah, this is how we roll. Oh no, it's all good, man.
All right.
I closed it out. I found the ship. I found the slave ship, the Arab slave ship, y'all. And now if we burnt our ships and tried to get rid of ours over here, you know goddamn well what they was trying to do over there with theirs. You best believe they was getting rid of all of them little Arab slave ships they had. You know it.
I think I'm ready.
All right, man. Do your thing, brother. Do your thing. I'm gonna sit down in class. Because we learn from each other, my brother.
Let's see what we got. Damn, I'll be forgetting why the hell I highlighted this. Yeah.
I fucked up.
Oh, servants. That's what it is. Servants and slaves. I'm about to make a difference. All right, so let me point this out real quick because this is something they bring up. Let me share this.
Go ahead.
The
same thing. Yeah. Yeah, I fucked around, man, and usually I
drop the link for it.
Okay, I will. I got you, Suit. I usually write an outline down for it, and I didn't write my outline down. So if I don't write an outline down, I get fucked up, man.
Yeah, I gotta start doing that. I think I did it on like the first two.
Yeah.
Fuck it. I felt like I was
to a freestyle.
Like I was a professional with the shit. I'm like, hold up.
Oh man, I gotta write that shit down. And it's cool though. Like on certain joints, like certain ones, I'm like, but Islam is like, oh shit, let me go back to my notes. The link is in the chat, so you can come on up. Beam me up, Scotty.
All right. This is The Adventures of Ibn Battuta. I'm saying that right. A Muslim traveler of the 14th century. And what I want to point out from here, something that people always bring up, these people were servants. These people, they're servants. But we do the same thing with the Quran and the same thing with the Bible. We point out that they're using servants and then they're using the word slave. They're using maid and they're using slave. These things are separated. I don't know where the fuck these people be getting this. But let me show y'all this real quick. Yeah, and this is a account of his travels, and it's this young man. I thought this was a grown ass man. This is a little boy. This is a little boy. Somewhere in here, I don't think I highlighted it, but it said that he was 13. Like he was talking about somebody else, and it said he was a year younger than him.
Hey
so
Mo, what year was that? My bad. What year was that?
What this for Ibn?
Yeah, the 1300s is right there. Is what that say?
Well, I'm not sure if this could be talking about something. Let me see. 13, age of 12. Oh yeah, well, look, this is the part right here. Abu Sa'id, the last of the Mongols of Persia, ascended the throne in 1316 at the age of 12. He was in fact about a year younger than Ibn Battuta.
God damn.
Who describes him as being the most beautiful of God's creatures and features, and without any growth on his cheeks. It's a little boy.
Crazy, man.
And he's like watching some, when you go read this shit, the stuff that they were doing, y'all seen the last time, what type of shit they were doing on their raids and shit like that. And he is a young man watching all of this shit occur. So there should be no confusion as to the people who come before these, the people that you see, in recent times, like the lady we talked about before, that was, I think it was 1992 or 94 or whatever, and she got, she ran away 2002 or some shit like that, escaped. Those people, and I'm not trying to give them a pass. I'm just trying to point out all of the nuances of the shit, because these are the details that where people get lost. They're not understanding that even those black people that were taken, just like those Arab people who are coming up, or them Saudi Arabian people who are coming up, they're programmed into this. This starts off with a small group of people who think like this, and it may not be all of the Arabs, but it ends up being something that's predominant in these people's communities because they raise the children up like that. And when they take them little boy slaves, they're watching this shit happen and they're being desensitized. They got to eat. They still got to survive. At the end, it's self-preservation. Everybody ain't going to go through, that apoptosis type of, thing where you like, look, instead of me destroying everybody else, since I'm tainted, I'm gonna go ahead and, kick the can. Some people just keep trucking and they survive and deal with their demons later, and so that's just something to point out here. And damn, thanks, Port, because I wouldn't have looked. I thought that the age zone was somewhere else in the book. It was right here.
Yeah, that's what's up. No doubt.
Well, yeah, he arrived in Baghdad to learn that I think it's Ilkhan himself was currently in residence, perhaps having wintered there as the ruler sometimes did to escape the cold Azerbaijan. I'm saying that right?
Hey, y'all, we got to get a pass on these names. If me and Mo fuck these names up,
Azerbaijan.
Put the pass on this shit, yo.
I don't know what the fuck I'm saying.
You could, yo.
Where I ain't never see these words in my life. Abu Sa'id was then making preparations to return to the north, most likely to Sultania, maybe, the capital founded by his father, Al-Jettu. The Ilkhan always traveled in the company of a huge retinue called in Arabic the Mahala, or camp, which was in effect the entire royal court in motion, several amirs and their mounted troops, myriad religious and administrative personnel, and a small army of servants and slaves. So when y'all Somalis or anybody else who agree with this shit, these people were servants. You don't understand. Everybody's not going to be a leader. There's different levels, and these people were just, workers. And there's a difference. There's a servant, and then there's a slave. And then on the next one I go to, I think I got one more highlight in here I want to show y'all to give a little context. But then I'm gonna go over some more highlights of how they're treating people, like their practices, the details of it. In addition, the ruler's wives and favorites, called the Khatuns, all had their own suites of bodyguards and functionaries. Ibn Battuta jumped at the chance to tag along with, this is a little boy, with the royal procession on purpose. He explains, to see the ceremonial observed by the king of Iraq, in his journeying and encamping, and the manner of his transportation and travel, either before leaving Baghdad or en route with the Mahala. And notice how they have these words. What is it? They got the jihad, the what's the razas?
The razas,
Mahala,
Razias,
and what was from
Razias?
Razi, and then there's another one that something Raiders. He was like the Al Matzarats or some shit from in the narrative I was reading with the girl. Mm-hmm. They got these names for these people. Mm-hmm. It's in their language, it's in other people's languages. So this is a real thing. When you see it inside of your language, this was something that was talked about. Who the hell are these people coming? What are these names? Like these terminologies come from some type of practice that is deeply rooted in historical documentation. So it's like there's no way to escape from this shit. Y'all not about to cover it up. It's real. Just
you mean that the Elmer Roberts?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to them later. Not that, no, it was they had a name.
Yeah, there was a bunch of them.
Remember, he said the name 3 times when he was
like
his daughter was trying to escape.
I know it was like a key word, and then you knew it was on the raid.
Yeah.
And it was
like battle crying shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna because I think I still got the book open somewhere. I'm gonna pull it up.
I got that name.
Ibn Battuta jumped at the chance. Yes, ceremonial. Mahala. He managed to secure the patronage of Allah al-Din Muhammad, one of the Ilkhan's leading generals. Okay, so that was important because that was a little ass kid. So it shows the mentality, how that shit gets developed. which you shouldn't be surprised when you see certain types of behaviors. When you see the shit that's happening to your people, like, man, what the fuck? Why would they do that? Like, what's wrong with these people? This is happening hundreds of years before, right? Now keep that same type of mentality, keep that profile, right? Like profilers do, keep that profile stand, and then move forward in history. And then you got people chopping people up because they converted to Christianity just this year, and last year. It happened before that. And you still have people in the 1990s. And matter of fact, even I think was that Niger or Ghana that just went through some shit where some Muslims grabbed them and snatched them the fuck up. It happened a few years ago. Like, so this is the mentality of these people. And as you're going to see later, it is rooted in the religion. Yeah. The religion starts it off. These people are not walking around just like regular people saying, yeah, hey, how you doing? I'm moving on my own authority. I think you're impure. And basically, I'm about to burn this bitch down and take y'all into slavery. Like, no, they're saying Allah Akbar, and they're citing things, quoting things, making you recite them. It's telling them, hey, tell them pay the tax, tell them quote this. They're going to convert, or they're going to get the sword. If they do convert, then they turn away, unalive them. Like, it's giving them the rules what to do, and they're sitting there doing it. So I don't like, what other authority could you come with? It wouldn't even make any damn sense. You literally have to say God told you to do it, because it's just wrong for all humans. We know this shit is wrong. God would have had to tell you to do it. There's no other way for you to make it right but to put the fear in God in somebody. So yeah, the very shape of Anatolia, a finger between the seas pointing due westward, directed the surge of pastoral movement in the Byzantine marches and the upper reaches of the valleys that ran down the, if I'm saying this right, the Aegean. Ever since the 9th century, the Muslim Byzantine frontier had given employment to mounted fighting men called Ghazis. See what these people got names, who made a vocation of staging raids into Greek territory and living off the booty. Organized in war bands and often operating just beyond the boundaries of the Muslim government whose military interests they serve, these volunteer champions of jihad live by a chivalric code of virtue and loyalty founded on the... My bad, y'all. Hold up. I got a flyer. All right. Where was I at? Organized. Jihad to the vocation, territory, organized in the war bands, often operating just beyond the boundaries of the Muslim government whose military interests they serve. These volunteer champions of jihad live by a chivalric code of virtue and loyalty founded on the precepts of the Quran and the teachings of the early Sufis. So that's their foundation. They're not just walking around saying, hey, it's me, Sahid of the fucking desert camel rider, and I'm here to just challenge you. No, they have a system. There's a system behind this shit. And it's like, we can't ignore it. It is stemming from the religion. It's why they're not afraid to do it. The fear is out of them because they're thinking like, I'm doing this for God. That shit is super fucking dangerous. Though not all Ghazis were of Turkish blood, the tactics and traditions of mounted holy war had been elaborately developed on the Muslim frontiers of Central Asia. Turkish warriors led the conquest of Eastern and Central Anatolia on the behalf of the Seljuks. And though the Mongols were not in the beginning Muslims at all, the Ghazi spirit was already deeply ingrained in the Turkish warrior herdsmen who preceded and followed them. Frontier warfare died down in the high period of the Seljuk Sultanate, when relations with the Byzantium were relatively calm, but it flared up again in the crowded, turbulent conditions of the Western marches in the later 13th century. Okay, so that was just a little two highlights from that to show y'all. It's rooted in the religion. They have kids involved in it, so you're dealing with people who are programmed into this shit. It's almost like a damn computer. Once you get that into a child's head, it's hard to get out. Then once you put the fear of God in there, it's going to make it even worse. The fear of God is even shake up a damn man, a grown ass man, or tremble in his boots at the thought of a fucking imaginary creature. So what happens when you do it to a fucking child with that aggressive type of mentality? Like, they're on a conquest for this shit. Now you're involving his livelihood. He done seen his family get taken out. And you're also dealing with the children. They're doing this to their own children, not just the people that they capture. They're doing it to their kids. So they're raising people up to think this way. And remember, the Kafirs, right? which is a name that is for us, because you know throughout history you see certain other people being called kafirs, but mostly you keep seeing them use that shit on the African. So they're saying that these non-believers, the kafirs, they're impure. We're impure because we don't believe the shit that you believe. What the fuck does that even mean? I don't believe the shit that you believe, so that means you got a right to slave me? You can treat me different? We shouldn't even be talking like that. If something is impure, you need to prove it, and then it's just impure. That's it. It doesn't even mean you get to do anything to anybody. So these are just rules that people are making up to get whatever the fuck they want. But we're gonna go to the next one. Like I tell people all the time, that's Ibn Battuta, exchange of Islamic slavery exchanges. Yeah, all right. So yeah, like I tell people all the time, you can have rules, you can have a spirituality, meditation, whatever, all that stuff. Once you keep talking about authority and someone told you to unalive somebody, or you got to do, look, we can't be doing all of that. We keep the basic commandments, like 8 of the commandments, with stealing and don't unalive people and don't do this, and that's it. These things are dangerous. You can keep the Quran, but I'm telling you, if y'all want me to agree with it, or you want the future, because it's going to happen eventually, whether it's this time or the next time, you know, some generation is going to catch on to this shit and they're going to see it. It's going to have to be removed. The eating blood, flesh, and the angels peeing in people's ears, that stuff got to go, because that's what creates the weirdos. That's what starts the psychotic rampages and shit. That's what starts making someone look at somebody else differently. It's peace that you're looking for. You're looking for compromise, maturity. We're looking for human development, survival. Those are the things that's important that we need to preserve. Our little golden rules that everybody knows. The things that we're instilled with that we know is wrong, because even a 5-year-old, a 4-year-old would try to sneak and do something. They're already knowing that they're wrong. So they know. They try to lie because they're trying to cover up something that they did, because they already know it's wrong before you taught them. So, you know, these are things we're going to have to deal with eventually. But right now, I guess, you know, the numbers are low. Oh, no, man, this ain't it. The numbers are low right now, but, you know, we still going to keep trucking, even though we less than 1% of this bitch. I don't give a fuck. I do not give a fuck. Y'all know how to stop it. You ain't gonna stop it. Shut the fuck up and watch. All right. Yeah. Okay. We good. Yep.
Yeah. We got this motherfucker.
Okay. Slavery, exchange, and Islamic law: a glimpse from the archives of Mali and Mauritania. I'm not gonna butcher that. This is Miss Leiden, University of California, Los Angeles. Okay. Bro, I done fucked up. I didn't highlight this one for you.
Oh, I hate when I do that shit too.
Yeah, hold on. I know I ain't do that.
It's all
this
good.
One had the most highlights, bro. Oh, okay, there I did.
All right, good. You good.
Did. I was about to say, hell no. Nah. Okay, Port went over this, the jihads and the slave raids. We went over this a couple of times, so I ain't gotta go into that. I'm trying to make this shit as short as possible, because I'll be long-winded as a motherfucker. So let me get to these other ones. I'll make sure y'all screenshot this and get it. This shit goes into like great details. Okay, this says exchanges in slaves and animals, with notable exceptions examined below. Maliki law treated transactions involving slaves similarly to those of animals. The two primary rules of trade in Islam, which were plainly linked, were the, and I gotta hold on, y'all, because I don't know if it's the red that's fucking. Let me. I guess I can't. I would have to erase it. Never mind. Were interdict. Were their interdict on usury and the requirement of that transactions take place simultaneously. Selling a good with a delay was considered usurious simply because that delay was worth something to the seller. However, the sale with anticipated payment, a practice known as salam, was considered lawful only for slaves, animals, foodstuffs, as well as real estate and land, as long as terms and prices were agreed upon and payment occurred prior to delivery. Selling slaves in bulk was also forbidden, since like animals, they could be priced individually. We're still talking about people, mostly our people. Moreover, they also could be sold in portions or shares. As with animals, slaves were loaned out temporarily or rented. In these cases, if the slave became pregnant during the loan period, the progeny belonged to the owner, not the borrower. It also was unlawful to sell the fish that are in the streams and streams and ponds, the fetus in the belly of his mother, what is in the belly of animals, the future litter of the female camel, or a male camel's potential to produce offspring. Finally, unlike domestic animals that constituted perpetual property, slaves could be manumitted, or they could be allowed to purchase their freedom. And this is one of the arguments they use, like, oh, we were the ones who, gave the idea to the European about, buying your freedom, and he didn't abide by and all that. Bro, you're not even supposed to have slaves. Miss me with the bullshit. I don't give a fuck how you treating a slave. That's how they be getting people. Well, how did they treat them? I don't give a fuck. It's a slave. You just don't. I don't want none of it. We don't have nothing. We don't want to have anything to do with none of that type of shit at all. Okay, that's what humans are working on now. God, both they gods couldn't get it right. Humans themselves, we're getting the shit right. The gods told us how to slave people, right? Why did we stop? You ever think about that? Push your own shit in with that. Read your book good. Your God told us how to slave people, and humans are trying to stop the whole shit. And you still think the God real. Y'all niggas is retarded. However, special rules govern exchanges in slaves for. Oh, my bad. However, special rules govern exchanges in slaves for, as Octave Pesley explains, the slave being endowed with reason, they may contain defects which are not found in other things and in animals. The seller had an obligation to honestly divulge all the slave's defects to the best of his or her knowledge and to the purchaser's satisfaction, as in the case examined below. As Ahmed, I'm not even gonna butcher that. As Ahmed notes in his study of slavery in Morocco, sellers of slaves were required to disclose all defects at the time of sale and to describe them in the sales contract. But while these rules existed to guarantee the rights of buyers and sellers, both could decide to ignore them. In the Maliki doctrine, defects fell within three broad categories: inherent, such as a visible physical flaw; intermittent, such as illnesses; and external, such as a tendency to run away or a penchant for rebelling. Related to the disclosure of defects was the question of a delayed sale, allowing the buyer to ensure the healthy status of a purchased person. And these guarantee clauses, I think this is one of the parts where they wait for like a couple of days or whatever, because they want to check him, see if he's sick, see if he start throwing up, how does he move around, does he sleep well, all that crazy shit, right? Sales of enslaved women and girls were subject to additional rules because of their reproductive function and because they could be exploited sexually. As mentioned earlier, the sale of a fetus was illegal. This was also true of the child of a manumitted female slave. A special sales clause existed to determine the state of a slave's womb. There was an allotted period of surveillance to establish whether a female slave was pregnant or not at the time of sale, and to deal with the possibility of parentage. The female slave, purchased on stipulation of a legal period, was placed in the custody of a third party, which had to be a woman who reported if the slave menstruated. My bad. The third party supervision was obligatory, whether the seller recognized having had sexual relations with the slave or not. For if the slave bore a child, the buyer was not allowed to separate mother and child until the stipulated growing up time, which according to Ibn Abi Zaid was after the second teething period in approximately the 6th year. The actual purchase took place when the reproductive state of the slave had been determined. What the fuck? So this is like They just be lubing people in like, oh, okay, cool. Okay, so you think you got a way out and you think they being a civilized, bro. This is why you can't, it has to be a no from the jump. As soon as somebody bring any type of ideas like this, impure people, you don't believe I can take you into slavery, you got to pay me tax and I can own you. Once they start playing these games, it don't matter what the fuck they say after it. Your property. Someone is looking at you as their property and it's going to be a problem. And it would behoove them to say, oh, we're not going to do this and you shouldn't do that. No, don't beat them too hard. But yo, you already in the hole. It don't fucking matter. You already in there. There's no telling what the hell is going to happen. You don't need nobody trying to be nice to you after you a damn slave. They're going to just keep fucking you sideways. It's just like when you know, the mafia or the mob or some shit go to the cafe and the old lady's like, fuck that shit. She reaches under the, you know, cabinet and grab her bat or her little 38. And you know, the son or the daughter or, you know, the grandson or whatever, they're like, no, mom, don't do this. And you think the old lady tripping. You think grandma tripping like, yo, he gonna peel your wig back like these gangsters, these mobsters, like it's the mafia. What we gonna do? They know they gonna come in here and get 20% like they doing at everybody else's corner store, mom and pops and you know, cafes. They're gonna get 20%. They may turn into 30 and they might want one of y'all ass. One day they come in here. So we might as well get it popping. That's how that shit goes. Some people get, if you don't get it popping, this is the type of shit we end up in. And we got all types of messy shit to deal with because you got to get it popping and keep it popping. Don't ever let this shit go to sleep. Don't keep this pressure on their goddamn neck, whether it's the religion, the slave trade, all of that is getting the pressure because they all in cahoots. You know, the rules were strict about the unlawfulness of certain transactions considered risky and uncertain. These included the sale of runaway slaves, for it was prohibited to sell a slave in flight, like a bird in the air or a fish in the water. We're comparing when a slave with possessions was sold, his or her possessions remained the property of the seller unless otherwise specified in the bill of sale. In addition, Maliki scholars wrote long lists of conditions that could either adversely affect the slave's price, such as circumcision, broken teeth, varicose veins, transgender behavior, or a tendency to wet the bed, or increase his or her value, including a slave's capacity to read and count. As for credit transactions, which had to be free of obvious and exploitive interests, everything could be loaned except for slave girls, and silver dust. Slave girls, you can't loan them out, huh? Y'all seen what happened the last time, right? They got a little thing going on with their weird ass brains. As noted earlier, the compendia of Ibn Abi Zaid and Khalil hold similar views on exchanges in slaves, but there is one notable exception, which has to do with the interfaith commerce. Indeed, for Khalil, it was unlawful for Muslims to sell to non-Muslims copies of the Holy Book, Muslim slaves, or even young slaves. Interestingly, he admitted that such slaves could be temporarily pawned but not sold to non-Muslims. Yet he provided seemingly contradictory recommendations about the use of Muslim pawns. On one hand, he argued that if a pawn converted to Islam during the debt period, the debtor was obligated to renegotiate his guarantee, i.e., provide another non-Muslim pawn. At the same time, he stated that a newly converted pawn could still be sold in the absence of the debtor and debt reimbursement. Given that the boundaries between enslavement and Islam were not always clear in the legal arena from the beginning of Islam, such confusion is hardly surprising. For all of these dealings, Maliki scholars repeated the Quranic injunction that transactions be committed to writing. As noted earlier, many 19th century West African traders were literate because they used paper to record their trading activities and otherwise relied on their literacy to enhance their commercial efficiency. Rich sources about the slave trade are available for historians to mine. The evidence: multiple transactions in slaves. Aside from the opinions of Ahmed Baba of Timbuktu about lawful enslavement in West Africa, we still know very little about actual transactions in the human commodity. While the legal manuals discussed above were well known in Mauritania and Mali, and featured in legal deliberations as well as library collections, it is necessary to weigh precept against practice to ascertain to what extent Muslims abided by Maliki rules. Judging from the predominance of legal documentation contained within these libraries, it is certain that Muslims in these regions often sought counsel and had recourse to the law as it was interpreted by local Muslim judges and scholars. As Hamdan Wulta of the Mauritania's finest contemporary jurist explains, since the 17th century, when we began having legal records in Mauritania until today, the most debated and discussed issue in the fatwas is what is known as the problem of cells. Indeed, economic behavior was the second most common issue examined by Saharan jurists after theological or purely sacred matters. All right, I think the other one is a little further down.
Yo, the way you said Ahmed, bro. Shit, boy, you got that shit on him, boy.
Man.
I gotta learn that, dog.
Check this out. Yeah, it took some practice. The following list of slave purchases belong to another Gadamasi trader also stationed in Timbuktu, who would have coordinated import-export operations along the eastern and northeastern routes. First, I purchased from Musa one sadas for 11 white baisa unit of cotton cloth that, like salt bars and mithquals, function as currency. Then sadas for 6 black basa and 1/4 blue basa sada. And this is going through all of the pricing, I guess, of just listing out the purchases and shit, how they would keep the documentation of it. But I'm trying to make sure it's a far away. I think it was, yeah, here it goes. It's right at the end. So I think he's doing all these different purchases, and then right here, let me see where we started from. Abuba, a she camel from him, as well as age boys for 16 basa, if I'm saying that right, basa. Half are white from Hama, and a single young female Ama from the Tulit for 18, paid for with the salt and the shiga, thick cotton cloth, which was owed. Total number of slaves purchased was therefore 11, with children counting for more than half: 6 boys, 1 girl, 2 teenage boys, and 1 older male slave, and 1 slave woman. So these things are separated, for the motherfucker that was saying the other day that that's how they wrote. They're separating it again. It could have been any age. We don't know. No, it's 2 teenage boys, 1 young girl. It has a slave woman, an older male slave. It's separating. These are kids. You're not getting out of it. And I don't know why the fuck y'all fighting it anyway. That's y'all telling on yourself. I don't know what the hell y'all thinking in y'all head. If anybody show me, you can tell me my father was slave trading. Yeah, okay. He did some fucked up shit. He wants some fuck shit. And that's what it is. I'm not about to cover for your ass.
Damn right, yo.
That's what the fuck he did. Damn, Pops. What the fuck is wrong with you? You good? You off that?
And
like,
real
these
quick,
niggas defending them and they dead. Like, them niggas gone.
And real quick, before you proceed, I know what some of y'all motherfuckers thinking. Oh, they had white slaves too. I don't give a fuck. Those were the fucking the Mamelukes and shit, right? Because they had a white slave army and shit. But they weren't slaved from the curse of Ham. You dig what I'm saying? Like, there wasn't a curse talking about them. There was a curse talking about black folks. So the justification to enslave and raid Balad al-Sadat was what was on. Okay, so you did have the enslavement of white folks, and that was under the Mamelukes and shit like that. I think the Ottomans and shit like that. But I just wanted to kind of touch base on that because I know some of these motherfuckers go, "Yo, you had white slaves too, you had white slaves." We don't give a fuck about that part of it. We talking about the African part of it. Carry on.
That's facts. I don't think I need to go into this. Was aside from the desire to follow the Islamic recommendation, the cells were put into writing. There are a number of professional reasons why slave dealers Hold tallies, including naming the identity of the sellers of the individual slaves in a particular case. Mission to keep the record of the price of each purchase. So yeah, this is really not important. Y'all get the point. There's records of it. Slaves are not servants. Servants are not slaves. Women are not children. Like, y'all need to go get y'all fucking shit checked out. All right. And I don't feel like talking about this stupid ass shit. I don't know what this shit is crazy, bro. I'm glad we on the internet. Like, no, you can't sit in front of nobody saying this shit. It was all they signed up for this. Like, bro, you about to sign up for some other shit. They signed up. These are kids. What kid signs up? Fuck.
Yeah, that had
that
shit had me.
I think I want to skip. Wait, how long we been on?
An hour, but I mean, go ahead, man.
An hour.
We've been pushing this off for a hot minute, so if you want to, we can always come back. And you know how I roll. I'll open this up in the middle of the week.
Yeah. I'm gonna just do a quick. Yeah, it's one paragraph, man. I'm not gonna do the other highlights, but this is a very important part because it shows about the Portuguese and stuff. Look, because people be thinking like they're heroes, and they all try to do that on both ends. Like, oh, but we tried to stop it. Oh yeah, and we were chasing them down. Like, I don't give a fuck about that shit.
Big facts.
What the hell you was doing? But we know exactly what the fuck was going on. This small block type shit. You can't sell crack here because you gonna sell a crack though. Ain't dumb. But there's another reason. Oh, this is the same book I had a few months ago, y'all. I lost the highlights though, but I went back in and got this other part. Where is it at? Dhow chasing in Zanzibar. I think. Where the fuck is the title of it? Yeah, well, hold on. It's probably all the way at the top. Damn, where the hell is the title? Oh, there you go. Dhow chasing in Zanzibar waters. Okay. All right. Now let me go back down to this Portuguese highlight. Okay. And this is where that one of those words is in here too. Damn. And the Arab boat is in here. I just don't have my highlights. I don't know what the fuck happened. Usually when you save your PDF, it saves the highlight as well. But when I opened it back up, all the highlights are gone. But I'm gonna just go back to I think I'm gonna go back to that video. I think it's like the third, fourth push, and then see. Probably get a clip off of there or some shit. Damn, where the fuck is this shit? Oh, there it is. All right. I gotta blow this up. This is page 230. But there's another reason why the fact of the Portuguese sharing in this slave trade does not come under observation. It is carried on by them in Arab dhows under their Arab flag. And thus, when these vessels are captured, the stigma is cast on the Sultan. So that was another sneaky way, because the Portuguese were like, oh, we're gonna, these are free Negroes. We're gonna leave those people alone. When they was getting their ass kicked with the slave trade, they was getting bullied a little bit, but they were the ones that first was popping it off for real. Or one of the first ones to pop it off, because they wasn't the first, you know what I mean? But they started, going under radar, just like you're about to see later with this slave ship, the Wanderer. And I'm gonna just give y'all the list. I'm not gonna go over all of them. I'm gonna go over one, and then I'm gonna give you the list to the rest of them so that y'all can go research that shit yourself. So let them argue about the slave trade and what the numbers, and it happened after it was abolished. And what are you abolishing? Who the fuck has like hundreds of meetings near and abroad and about abolishing some shit that's not happening? Y'all are crazy. But so they would fly under those flags, right? And thus, when these vessels are captured, the stigma is cast on the Sultan. Moreover, they have recently adopted the title of free Negroes for the slaves and have established a system of passports in vessel carrying their own flag, in consequence of which detection or, at any rate, capture and condemnation are next to impossible. Ask any of the 10,000 Negroes that crowded the streets of Mozambique, where they come from, what they are, and how they got there, and the reply is the same as that of the slaves captured on board the Dolls. Stolen, dragged from their homes, and families sold and bought again, and brought from the markets on the mainland to this place where they are worse off than they ever were before. So don't get caught up in that sneaky shit. Yes, the Portuguese were trying to help. They did it. They had motive behind it. And yes, they stopped in clear view. And they also kept going with the slave trade. Like, we got to stop acting stupid. Slavery ended in 18. No, it didn't. That's a piece of paper. Now let's deal with reality. The paper is not reality. That's a piece of paper. And that's something in someone's mind, and people's minds come together and make collective agreements. And then other people are still in the middle of running plantations, and they go, "Hey, everybody go. Bye. Get out of here." Get stupid. But I'm going to show y'all what it looked like way after the shit is abolished. Watch this. The Wanderer. Yeah, I'm doing a Wanderer. Let's do this. Let me share this real quick. Where the hell is the window? All right, here we go. Share. We got this Wanderer work real quick. This Wanderer work. The Wanderer. Here we go. Eric Colonius, The Wanderer, the last American slave ship, and the conspiracy that set its sails. Okay. On November 28th, 1858, a ship called the Wanderer. And if you look at the history of this ship, because I think so far what I found is 5, if we're counting North America, and even more. I think it's like 7 or 8 if I'm including South America, after slavery is abolished. That's how many I found so far. But a lot of these say the last slave ship, the last slave ship. It's like they keep thinking it was the last one, because they also had that same mentality. Like, it was abolished. This must have been just like one more. And then there goes another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. You see that every single one of those was damn near called the last one, because this shit was going on. Now, if they didn't catch these, how many other ones did you not catch during the slave trade? That's why I don't give a fuck about numbers when niggas talk about numbers. Miss me with the fucking numbers. I don't care what the hell is documented. You was doing it, and my ass is over here, and we over here deep as shit. Like, yo, I don't need to know about no goddamn numbers. We here, ain't we? She's retarded. On November 28th, 1858, a ship called the Wanderer slipped silently into the coastal channel. I don't know what the fuck I said, canal. Into the coastal channel, and unloaded its cargo of more than 400 African slaves onto Jekyll Island. 38 years after the African slave trade had been made illegal. It was the last ship ever to bring a cargo of African slaves to American soil. But check how dirty this shit get, though. Watch this, and how thirsty these niggas are. Built in 1856, the Wanderer began life as a luxury racing yacht, flying the pennant of the New York Yacht Club, and cited as the successor to the famous Yacht America. But within a year of its creation, the Wanderer was secretly converted into a slave ship, with the New York Yacht Club pennant still flying above as a diversion. Didn't somebody else just do that diversion move? Weren't they under the Arab flag and waving around free Negro and all, trying to stay under the radar? This same shit is going on. These same practices is still happening in recent times. This is ridiculous. And these people think the shit didn't happen. New York Yacht Club pennant flying above as a diversion sailed off to Africa. The Wanderer's mission was meant to be more than a slaving venture, however. It was designed by its radical conspirators to defy the federal government and speed the nation's descent into civil war. They wanted it to pop off because the North was trying to go into the industrial type of way. You know, what mills and hydro plants and all that type of shit. That's what they were trying to move into. You know, and these people were like, no, you know, we're gonna do the old school. You know, get the oil and the winery and the cotton and all this shit. And their numbers was high at the time, so they wanted to keep that shit busting until, you know, they conceded eventually, of course, because the numbers dropped. But even some people in the North, you know, for that front, they were, you know, putting on a front like they were fighting against it, but it really was just in their benefit because the South could keep up with them if they had that slave labor, you know. So they were basically, the North was just running a block on them. They didn't really give a fuck too much about it. The New York Times first reported the story as a hoax. However, as groups of Africans began to appear in small towns surrounding Savannah, the story of the Wanderer began to leak out, igniting a fire of protest and debate that made headlines throughout the nation and across the Atlantic. As the story shifts from Savannah and Jekyll Island to the Congo River, London, Washington, D.C., New York, what the hell is the rest? I think the rest got cut off. New York, Jekyll Island off the coast. No, this is, hold up. Oh, damn, y'all. This is one of them things where the shit is missing. They missed the page on this. Okay, so that's probably just going to go down the list and talk about, you know, as the word was getting out, you know, that they were probably, you know, trying to do damage control and shit and deal with, you know, that shit was being exposed. But you can see that wasn't an isolated situation. The word got all the way back across the Atlantic and it went, you know, nationwide. All right. Okay. At the center of, now I'm not supposed to read all of this shit because I got to make sure I just get it out of context without going too far. Okay. At the center of Jekyll Island sits a small museum. As you walk through it, you'll see photographs of happy millionaires reclining in their white linen suits, their wives smiling from beneath floppy hats, and their children riding bicycles, dressed in knickers and soft caps. You learn that the Federal Reserve was founded at Jekyll by the magnates and residents in 1910. That's crazy, ain't it? I didn't even know that shit. I didn't know this was like connected until I read this shit. And that America's first transcontinental phone call was made from Jekyll to the West Coast, principally because AT&T President Theodore Vail was vacationing on Jekyll Island at the time. I was strolling to the end of the exhibit a few years ago, not far from the exit. In fact, when I saw the ghostly image of a sailing ship on the wall, it was tucked into a dark corner. Its sails were huge and they spread like gray wings. The image from a painting by Warren Shepard appears on the jacket of this book. The captain beneath the grainy photo reproduction read, in 1858, 50 years after the importation of slaves was prohibited by Congress, the Wanderer delivered a cargo of African slaves to the coast of Jekyll. This action caused a scandal and charges were brought up against many people, including the ship's crew and its owner, Charles Lamar of Savannah. All of the defendants were found innocent or charges against them were dropped. That was all it said. How strange, I thought. The shipload of slaves would be brought here. That a shipload of slaves would be brought here to this place of pleasure. Later, when I did a bit of research, I discovered that while some of the conspirators from the Savannah, some of the conspirators were from Savannah, others were from the North, and the ship itself had been built on Long Island. See what I told y'all earlier? That shit is a front, you know, but it's really people in the back, you know, in the back of the crowd. They really with the shit. It's just a front that they putting up. What kind of voyage was this then? The question stuck with me for 2 years. I had to find out, and hence came this book. In writing this book, I have learned a lesson about history, although history may appear as a quiet pond reflecting its light back serenely. A wonderful world opens up once one sinks one's head beneath the surface. It is populated by hundreds of long gone people, their voices as clear today as they were back then, arguing 100 points of view telling 100 stories, expressing 100 shades of emotion. It is noisy down there beneath the surface of history and a fascinating place to gather information to bring home. My first acknowledgement then is to those long ago writers, the journalists, the essayists, the letter writers, and the authors of the 1800s who left the piquant word behind for me to find. This, and my bad, y'all. Hold on, because I forgot to look that word up.
Thank y'all for tuning in to our Saturday Jihad party, family. This is a continuation of part 2.
Okay, y'all. It's piquant. And it's having a pleasantly sharp taste or appetizing flavor, pleasantly stimulating or exciting to the mind. Okay, so let me run that sentence back. My bad, y'all. I usually make like vocabulary words and shouldn't have that shit up, but my PowerPoint is fucked up right now. And I still didn't do it, so that's not really an excuse. But my PowerPoint's fucked up anyway. Piquant words behind for me to find. All right, so pleasantly appealing to mind. This book owes a special debt to several other writers. One of them is Winfield M. Thompson. In 1904, Thompson wrote a 3-part series about the Wanderer for the magazine The Rudder and created a story that, for the first time, drew together the many newspaper accounts of the incident. Thompson's account was not only elegantly written, it benefited from interviews with the families of some of the Wanderer participants. For instance, John Eugene Banon, whose late uncle, John Dubenon, I'm saying that right, John Dubenon, had helped Corey unload the Africans onto Jekyll, was still around, and Thompson interviewed him. Thompson also found the families of the late Captain Rowland, who designed the Wanderer, the family of the late Thomas B. Hawkins, who fitted the yacht with water tanks in preparation. Y'all asked about the water tanks. Where were the water tanks? Where was the food at? What did they have them about? They've been showing y'all the water tanks from the beginning. From what, the French? I showed y'all the French records. They had the food on there. I showed y'all the British records. They had the food on there. I showed you when they was pulling up on the ships and apprehending them and locking people up, taking the paperwork and shit. They said what was on there. It had 2 tanks and the food and the rice halfway full. It went into all of the details of it. And you know the military keep hella records. They got to give all the goddamn details. All right. Tanks, the boy, the family, the late S.S. Norton. Where was I at though? Thomas B. Hawkins, who fitted the yacht with water tanks in preparation for the slave voyage, and the family of the late S.S. Norton, the inspector at Port Jefferson, who blew the whistle on the group. So we got the whistleblower, we got the family, we have the paper trail. Like, this stuff is there. It's all there, building on the work of Thompson and Tom Henderson Wells. In the early 1960s, Wells wrote articles about Charles and Gazaway Lamar for the Georgia Historical Quarterly, and then a master's thesis about the Wanderer incident itself. This was made into a book, The Slave Ship Wanderer, and we get that shit, and y'all should get it too, which was published by the University of Georgia Press in 1967. To the tale told by Thompson, Wells added the skills of a probing academic researcher, carefully footnoting the Wanderer story and exploring its legal implications. As a graduate of the U.S. Navy Academy 1940 and an authority on naval history, he also brought the story to the eye of an experienced maritime historian. His work served as some of the stepping stones for this book. Although I went through thousands of pages of primary documents, I never found a single error in his meticulously, I said that right, written account. In terms of framing this story in its political context, I owe a debt of gratitude to Dr. Ronald T. Takaki, whose superb book, A Pro-Slavery Crusade, opened my eyes to the larger issues surrounding the voyage of the Wanderer, and in particular to the composition of the group of radicals known as the Fire Eaters. Look them up, the pro-slavery folks, including the notorious Leonidas Spratt. To anyone who wants to know more about the Fire Eaters and inquisitive detail. Takaki's book is one to read. Second, I want to cite Manisha. I'm gonna leave it at Manisha. I don't know how to say that. I think it's Sinai, but Manisha's excellent work, The Counter-Revolution of Slavery. Writings once again awaken me to the conspiracy behind the voyage, and particularly to the plan to use the reopening of the African slave trade to split the nation. In addition, I owe a great debt to Michael P. Johnson for Toward a Patriarchal Republic, John McCardell for the idea of a Southern nation, Avery O. Craven for the growth of Southern nationalism, and George Fort Milton for the eye of conflict. Yo, these are some, y'all got to get them. And I just highlighted that because I wanted to show y'all, like, shit is sourced the fuck up, and y'all can go get those shits and check them out. I'm definitely going to be running through that shit because this is like my new favorite uppercut for these niggas. I'm going to deal with shit after the slave, just like I strategically deal with just the children in the slave trade. I'm going to deal with just the slave trade after it was abolished. Y'all can play with everything else all you want to. Like, I'm coming for straight knockout blows. Now let's get into after this. I'm done. I'm just gonna show y'all their plot and the thirst. Basically, y'all pretty much get it from the preface that was up there, but I want to show you the thirst behind this Lamar character. This dude is fucking weird. Charles Lamar should have done better than to have ended up flat on his back with a bullet in his chest. Whew. His family, after all, included some of the most distinguished individuals in the nation. His father was one of the most successful businessmen in the South, a visionary with offices in Savannah on Wall Street. His cousin, Mirabeau Bonaparte Lamar, was the second president of the Republic of Texas. Another cousin was Lucius Quintus Cincinnatus Lamar. Damn, yo, he got like the same exact name as one of them. He took the whole name from the nigga and just threw Lamar on it. A U.S. senator and later a U.S. Supreme Court justice. You see how deep these like the nigga was connected. He plugged the fuck in, and you think he can't, do what the fuck he want to do? His aunt Mary Ann Lamar, and I think he was connected with one of the governors. We're about to see in a second. It was a governor or a mayor. His aunt Mary Ann Lamar Cobb was wife of U.S. Treasury Secretary Howell Cobb. When Charles Lamar was baptized, no less a man than the Marquis de Lafayette, the Revolutionary War companion of George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, held Lamar red and wiggling in his arms while the holy water was applied. Hence the full name Charles Augustus Lafayette Lamar. Lamar's accomplishments were many. He was a director. He was a director of the Savannah, Albany, and Gulf Railroad, as well as the Savannah Bank of Commerce. Lamar owned warehouses and cotton presses and sprawling cotton plantations as well, and a sprawling cotton plantation as well. He was lionized by Savannah Daily Morning News, and with his drive and pedigree, could have become a state governor, a U.S. senator, or even a statesman on the order of Washington or a Jefferson, if only he had so desired. Yet, as Lamar came into his own in the 1850s and the nation raced towards civil war, another group of advocates caught his attention. Racist, paranoid, fiery, exploitive, brutal, and domineering, these were the Fire Eaters. They were radicals who urged the South to expand slavery at home and across the territories, and failing to do that, break up the nation and failing to do and across the territories, and failing to do that, break up the Union and form a new Southern nation. I'm trying to connect this. My bad, y'all. These were the Fire. They were radicals who urged the South to expand slavery at home and across the territories, and failing to do that, break up the Union. Failing to do that, break up the Union and form a. Yeah, he could have did that better, but I get it. Like radicals of their kind throughout history, they were mocked at first, both the North and South, but they gradually gained power, sowing their seeds of fear. Like, yo, we need this. We got to have this slavery, man. This is all we got. We got to expand it, man. We losing slaves out here. That industrial shit ain't going to work. Sitting in their clubhouse. I'm skimming over a little bit. My bad, y'all. I'm trying to get y'all straight to it. So y'all got a little foundation for this foolery, how he's connected. Now let's see what he was getting into and the initial stratagem he was building. Sitting in their clubhouse on the banks of the Savannah River, all this talk of sporting competition. I don't. Okay, so I can give you like a brief, because this is like paragraph after paragraph. It should be, it could sum up in one of them though. They were pretty much racing, yo. So it started off with them racing boats. I'm pretty sure he had this on his mind already, but it started off with them racing boats, like from New York, Baltimore, and up and down at the East Coast and all that shit, you know. And then, you know, it starts building up even more. You know, they're putting wagers on it. Like, yo, I bet you that this one's faster than that one. And we got the steamboat, and some of them crashed, some of them won, lost races. They upgraded. You know, they were trying to figure out the kinks of the whole thing, right? And then it starts escalating, like all devilish things do. You know, your first devilish thought turns into another one, another one, another one. And next thing you know, your ass is spiraling out of control. Sitting in their clubhouse on the banks of the Savannah River, all this talk of sporting competition gave the members of the Aquatic Club of Georgia an idea. Since Savannah, oh, this is the part I highlighted it. Yeah, I got ahead of my damn self. Since Savannah and New York were such gracious competitors, why not a friendly race to extend relations even further? Henry Dubanon, Dubanon and Charles Floyd. That sound like a name that what's his name? He died. Abdul Dab. He sound like he seemed like a Dubanon, you know, a Henry Dubanon. Charles Floyd and the club secretaries immediately penned a challenge to the Knickerbocker Club, a Manhattan sporting society, and placed it in one of New York City's newspapers. Gentlemen, the Aquatic Club of Georgia, having frequently heard of the fitness of your boats and skill of your oarsmen, are desirous of comparing the speed of one of their boats with the speed of one of yours. The speed of one of their boats with the speed of one of yours on the following terms. We propose to run the 4-oared canoe boat Lizard 1 straight mile opposite the city of Savannah in fair and calm weather against any 4 Oakland plank boats built in the city of New York, not over 27 feet 3 inches on the keel, which is the length of the Lizards. For $10,000 a side, $2,000 forfeit. Should those terms proposed be acceptable? Address: Castro, Floyd, Jefferson, Camden County, Georgia, and particulars can be arranged by correspondence. All right, so you see they're in the middle of their competition. Yo, this fly is getting on my goddamn nerves. They're in the middle of their little competitive bullshit that they got going on, and it escalates. So let's go to the next highlight. I promise y'all I'm almost done. I'm getting it down. I'm slowing my ranting down, and I'm getting my highlights a little bit more compact. So
it's all good, brother.
Boom, 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 boom. In 1820, the U.S. Congress had banned the transportation of African slaves to the shores of America. With that measure, a brutal trade, one that had brought 1 million Africans to America in chains, had ended. The measure banning the trade was supported as strongly in the South as in the North. President James Monroe of Virginia was a chief proponent of the 1820 bill, as were the Southern members of his cabinet, including William Crawford of Georgia, and even the fiery proponent of slavery itself, John C. Calhoun of South Carolina. Okay, buddy, I see you. Still a bitch ass nigga. But now, said Pratt, the African slave trade should be reopened. Why? Simple. Economics. He explained the South was running out of slaves, especially with the Western territories opening. The domestic supply could not meet their demand. Already, he complained, the prices of slaves were higher than ever. In one cell, a 16-year-old boy, I guess he signed up for that shit, huh? 16-year-old boy signed up for slavery. And if they're just workers, what are you abolishing? They abolished the workforce? Y'all niggas need y'all ass. Go get a switch. Get that small switch off the tree. The small one. 16-year-old boy sold for $1,410. 7 children ages 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 years old bought for $581, $750, $850, $910, $1,000, and $1,130. So, y'all niggas bitches, bro. As the Savannah Daily Morning News had exclaimed, how much longer can Southern men afford to buy Negroes at such prices? These are kids. They're kids. Slow pokes. All because you want to be a fucking Indian. And we got to speak for them from the grave. Just go rock your little fucking dirty ass feather and leave the shit alone. Like, we got this over here. You don't need to read no books. Go be a fucking Indian. Go make a fucking TP and go take over the Mayan temples and go in that bitch and live in it and go astral project in it and eat corn, do whatever the fuck you think you're supposed to be doing. Y'all don't even need to read books. Y'all niggas connected to alien technology and you can speak to the universe and shit. Go do that. Leave this shit to us. We ain't gonna bother you. Just go off in the middle of the Amazon somewhere. I promise you, I'm not gonna bother you. I will not like, yo, man, what are the Indians doing in an Amazon? Y'all can plant milpa systems and all of this crazy shit. I'm never gonna bother you. Ever. I don't ever plan on going to the Amazon. So you safe. Just leave the books here. More slaves would not only increase the supply, Spratt argued, but also moderate the price. Spratt offered a political consideration as well. The South needed more slaves to balance the millions of European immigrants flooding into the North. More slaves would not only balance out the respective workforces, North and South, he said, but ensure that the South maintain its political power and representation in Congress. So this dude had a whole master plan behind this shit. But Spratt had more Machiavellian reasons for wanting to reopen the slave trade. For one, the fire eaters needed to make Southerners feel comfortable with slavery. But how could slavery be good when the African slave trade was a crime? Not the African workforce, fuck boys. The African slave trade was a crime. This imbalance had to be addressed. The equation had to be changed. Slave trading had to be made right. Otherwise, slavery itself was imperiled, meaning it's going to meet its demise. They're like, this whole thing is dying off. We need to revive it before it's too late. This is our booty. We need these booties. Right? For another, Spratt was a disunionist. I mean, I guess he wasn't for unity. He wanted the North and South to part ways. Okay, yeah. But in the 1850s, the slavery issue was not proving to be the divisive wedge that would split the country. Most Northerners were willing to leave slavery in the South alone. Even Abraham Lincoln had said that he expected slavery to last in the South for a long time before flickering out. But suppose the Southern radicals put African slave trading on the table. Suppose they demanded it. The North would never agree. It would never cross that line. The issue would split the nation and possibly, to the delight of Spratt and many of the other fire eaters, start a civil war. So this ain't just about racism and money. They're trying to pop off. They want to initiate the war. So this wasn't like, I'm gonna see if I could do this and get caught. Like, yo, we're gonna do this, and when we do get caught, we're gonna say, and now what, nigga? Like, they're purposely, they it didn't matter which way this was going. They was with all the smoke. His first success came in November 18th, and these are the last few parts, y'all. His first success came in November 1856 when South Carolina Governor James H. Adams supported Spratt's tract. The South needed more slaves to protect its cotton monopoly from growers in the East Indies, Egypt, and Brazil, said Adams. A few months later, the U.S. House of Representatives considered the issue. Oh, you considered the issue? You see what I'm saying, y'all? That piece of paper don't mean shit. It don't mean nothing. We 50 years down the road, like, it don't matter. They still talking about this shit. There's a debate. They betting. I bet you. Y'all about to see. Of that body, 152 congressmen voted against the reopening of the slave trade. There's no discussion. Why are we even talking about it? This is the problem when you open doors for this type of bullshit. This door is not supposed to be open. It needs to be closed and sealed, and that's it. It's over with. Let's vote. Ain't no damn vote, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Throw that paper in the trash. All that. I don't care. You got that notarized. Fuck that. Fuck you, your lawyer, the documentation. No, we're not even talking about it no more. But a surprising number, 57, voted their support. And most of those were from the South. And so the African slave trade movement began to gain ground. But Spratt, because what do you think happened after that? You think they didn't make some calls? Hey, bro, here's my card. Give me a call. Send me a telegram. You think they ain't make some? Look, man, hey, man, holler. You want lunch? Lunch? All right. Yeah. Hey, I'm going to fly you a letter. Look out. Give me your ad. They connecting. You know, they're going to make some noise. But Spratt was an idea. But Spratt was an idea man, an ideologue. What the fire eaters needed was a man of action, someone to pull the trigger. Charles Lamar was just the man. Okay. At the time, the fire eaters were in the midst of their latest Southern commercial convention, this time sweating out their ideology in a dirt-floored cotton warehouse in Montgomery, Alabama. By now, the convention had become so radicalized that the fifth item on the agenda was direct trade with Europe. The fourth item was a Southern system of literature. Third was the schools. The Kansas conflict, which is something I want to look into. I'm not sure what the hell that is. If y'all know, holla at me. The second, filibustering expeditions to broaden this fucking fly, bro. Filibustering expeditions to broaden the territory of the South. And the number one concern, reviving the African slave trade, the one that never happened. Right, guys? Right, school skippers, tardy, right, what do they call it? Hookies, right, flunkies, reviving some shit that never happened, right? Indians, aliens, European, Moors, everything but African, right, guys? Shapeshifters, right? Trowbridge had met Lamar a few years earlier, but only recently had Lamar asked him to lunch. Trowbridge was flattered, but before long saw that Lamar had an ulterior motive. He like, this dude up to something. After they had eaten, Lamar announced that he had decided to defy the federal law. He would send a ship to Africa from the port of Savannah, fill her decks with slaves, and then bring her back home. Trowbridge narrowed his eyes with interest. If Trowbridge would front the money for the voyage, Lamar continued, Lamar would name him as the agent in the issuing sales transactions. The ensuing sales transactions. Trowbridge rubbed his chin thoughtfully and then extended a bony hand to Lamar. The deal was done. Okay. We closing in, y'all. We closing in. 8 days. I need to do it on love to you. Now I'm gonna get straight to this one. When Secretary Cobb received the letter, he telegraphed okay, damn, I do gotta tell y'all what happened. So up here, I'm just give a little brief synopsis of this shit real quick. So he made an attempt, right? His first attempt was 1857. Lamar purchased a sturdy schooner, the E.A. Rawlings, and this the guy basically played him. He got played. The guy took. Wait, is this the one he got played? Or is this the one that got apprehended? Boston there for a reason. No, they didn't approve his papers on this one. The E.A. Rawlings, they didn't approve his paper on this one. The first one he did. Okay, so he got held up, and I think he ended up calling the governor or something. Lamar was there, but Boston had already heard the rumors about the Rawlings' possible mission. The items put aboard the ship were certainly of a suspicious nature. Boston therefore refused to stamp the vessel's papers. Lamar was astounded. Immediately, he sent an indignant letter off to Howell Cobb, the former governor of Georgia. Okay, former governor, my bad, y'all. The former governor of Georgia was now the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, responsible for the federal surveillance of the nation's ports, among other things. But more important to Lamar, at least, was the fact that Cobb had sold Georgia bonds through Gazaway Lamar's bank in the past, and in fact was married to Gazaway's sister Caroline. You see what I'm saying, y'all? The connections behind this shit is crazy. I am loath to trouble you Charles Lamar wrote sourly, but your damned saphead of a collector refuses to do anything. He detained my vessel 8 days after she was ready for sea and after she had applied for the clearance papers. Mr. Boston said she was not seized, but merely detained. Lamar was so incensed that he attached a bill, 8 days detention at $150 per day, $1,200 wharfage. Landing, shipping, and storage, $120, total $1,820. When Secretary Cobb received the letter, he telegraphed Collector Boston requesting further details. Yeah, see, I had to read that. Y'all was gonna know what this first sentence was, so my bad. He also consulted his legal staff. After some discussion, Cobb ruled that the vessel could not be held, and so the rolling sailed away. But if Lamar had high hopes for the completion of this scheme, they were soon dashed. The captain of the Rollings took the ship to the African coast as ordered, but once there, he spotted a British warship cruising nearby. Losing his courage, the captain decided to head for a safer port where he sold the ship's provisions, pocketed $1,800 of Lamar and Trowbridge's gold, and eventually meandered, meaning like he, like in a winding fashion, side to side swirling in his ship, meandered home with an empty ship. Lamar was livid. What excuse does Captain Grant make? Lamar wrote to Trowbridge. Why did he not go to the coast? He knew before he undertook the command that there were armed vessels on the coast and a number of them. That's the whole point. Remember, he really don't give a fuck if he's getting caught, because he knows this is going to pop off some shit once they find out he's trying to start a civil war. He's about to build a fucking army. He just wants to get under the radar for a certain amount of time. But y'all already know that they're there. You're trying to pop off. This is the whole point of this wager. You want to get there and get back without being caught. They are there lurking around. Lamar was disgusted. Discharge him. Pay him nothing, Lamar fumed, and hope with me that he will land speedily in hell. Okay. And yeah, that's pretty much it for that, right? Y'all can read the rest of it and go to because this is building up all the way to the point where it's a successful trip all the way to his death. So this is Eric Colonius, the Wanderer, the last American slave ship, and the conspiracy that set its sails.
Yeah, everybody screenshot that if y'all don't got it.
All right. And I did want to find this word. Let me get this. Let me see if I can get this word real quick for y'all. A few years of revolting was taken by some. Might be able to do it. Gracious, they mentioned the Arabs all through this. Have passports. Let me just see. Oh, it's Ghazi, but there's another word. Damn, Ghazi is one of them. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna just go directly to the other book. This is the last thing. This is just a word. We already brought it up. I got it. Shit. I think I'm gonna open. I got too much shit open. I'm gonna just close this shit out one time. I swear, and just start over. But it's still like if you close it, it's gonna be gone forever.
After a while, it get overwhelming, and you like, fuck.
And now y'all be hovering over the X like, I can't.
Yeah,
Want to leave this shit open.
Yeah, I have like it's an organized mess, man. I gotta have all that shit up there, and then I'm like, boop, 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 boop. But the more presentations we go to, I end up having just piles of like tabs open everywhere. Or I'll think I highlight something and I didn't. I highlighted it in my mind and shit.
Right.
Like I thought I did it. Family, thank y'all for coming out. Hanging out with us on the Saturday, man. We appreciate it.
I found a page for your book, boy. Okay, I'm about to get your book right now, Sean.
Huh?
Sean, I found one of the tabs is his book. I already got the shit in the cart. I just gotta plug in my paper.
Oh, is the digital joint?
Huh?
Is it a digital or is it a hard copy?
I think this is. It should be the hard copy.
Okay.
I don't think it's
I'm like, I was like, if it's
digital, if you got that, I'll get both of them.
Yeah, I was like, I'll get both, but I thought it was a hard because he said he's gonna sign it. I just didn't. I want to make sure the book ain't just sitting somewhere and I didn't do anything about downloading it or some dumb shit.
No, he said he signed it and everything.
Okay, cool. I'm ready for that shit. I was hoping they got here because I was gonna go ahead. Peace to the motherfucking chat, man. The fucking chat room is jumping right now.
What was the name of her book
right now?
Shoot, what was the name of her book? Let's see.
Damn, man, I know I had this thing recorded. Okay.
Man, what was her name? I got way too much. Go ahead, Susan. I got way too much shit open. It's just a word though, y'all. I'll figure the word out in a minute.
It's all good. Like every time I don't write my outline down, I get like that too. It's like I should have wrote my outline down and then I just piece everything together and my page numbers and shit. And then I just got it because I'll forget.
I was chanting the word earlier too. Being funny as shit. Now I'm sitting here and lost. It's completely gone out of my head.
You gotta say that shit like 3 times, like Balad al-Sadad.
Balad al-Sadad.
Ahmad. Yo.
Where y'all boy racial defense at?
That bitch ass motherfucker.
That's a special ass dude.
You funny, man.
Peace to the chat. A special type of stupid.
He be saying, I got all these books. I got all of this. I'm working on that. He gonna never come with no receipts, no nothing.
He's stuck in that book, bro. He ain't never gonna let it up.
Books, plural.
Your book. That's about it.
Yeah, he pissed me off with that shit. You never pushed my shit. Okay.
Oh, yeah. You did.
He coming every day. You know that nigga that coming every single day. The faithful nigga that pull it every day. You know that. It's like
one who like
he
like getting his shit pushed, man. I'm telling you. He like that, man. He like, you know what? It feels good over here.
They over there trying to crack on suiting and shit. So I was like, he's not gonna say this shit one more time, and I'm gonna see if he could take it. Because I was just sitting there listening to him. I'm like, I'm gonna find some type of flaw. Like what people don't get. Everybody has a flaw. Dumbass. If you smart, be smart. If you got some knowledge, share your knowledge. You're not going. You can't pick someone's flaw. Because then what if I pick your flaw? Everybody got something. That wasn't a good thing. And this is where we joke. That's what the fuck we do. We can beat your ass with the book, and we can we can take it anywhere you want to go with. And he couldn't take it. That motherfucker was quiet as shit. And I didn't want to do that. I've been noticed it. I was like, why is he breathing like that? He looked like he improved, but I assume like maybe it was COVID. He survived it. Whatever. I ain't gonna talk no shit about that. Like, yo, we playing dirty because you getting your shit pushed in. Now you talking about some other shit.
That's how they do, man. They get on something different.
Trying to throw people off. Threw him all the way off. And he even said it too. He's like, damn, man, he threw me off. Yeah, now you thinking about your breathing.
Mm-hmm. They lose all communication skills when they get pushed, and they don't know how to communicate. So it's the name calling and the just crazy shit.
He gonna come back tonight.
Man, I want to do I want to do something on South America. I fucked around, man. I made a post about Adam's calendar, and I need to talk to Indica because that's not the name of it, and I know better. But the motherfucker that quote unquote discovered it, he's on some Anunnaki bullshit down there. I'm like, what?
Yeah, bro. Did you read into it?
And his shit?
Yeah, he drove a plane there. He was by himself.
Wait, go back.
Yeah. Like
wait, South America?
South Africa.
No, Africa.
Oh, South Africa.
Yeah, so South Africa got the oldest stone megalith site in the world that's dated about 78,000 years ago. Now, I made a post about this a long time ago, but the dude that quote unquote discovered it is Michael Tillinger, and he named that shit Adam's calendar. That's not what the indigenous people call it. I think they call it like the birth of the sun or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, it's not fucking Adam's calendar. But this motherfucker comes over there and he just shuts that shit down like that's his own little shit. He calls it Adam's calendar. He's on some Anunnaki.
Oh yeah, that white dude, right?
Yeah,
he's not even an archaeologist.
No.
That's crazy. Yo, I'm looking at this paper and I'm like, where the fuck is his credentials at?
Yeah, he didn't have none.
Man,
this nigga had no fucking credentials.
Yeah, like
that shit off.
Yeah. And I fucked around and I didn't call it the indigenous name because I didn't know how to pronounce it. But I'm like, all right, everyone knows Adam's calendar, and I kind of chunked it off. But my mistake, everybody, for not naming it the right name. Because what happens is that biblical, you know what I mean? That biblical, somebody, oh yeah, Adam was down there too. No, motherfuckers, that's not what I'm saying, and that's not what Poor said. I just named it just like the fucking white dude that named it, and I apologize about not naming it the indigenous name and shit. But we need to go. I'm gonna air his ass out.
Spell that.
It's called Enzylo.
Say that shit.
Enzylo Yelinga or some shit like that.
That's the real name.
Yeah, Enzylo Yelinga. I might be chewing that up, but I didn't know that the first time I posted, but I should have known better the second time because it was just a repost of the same jump.
I did the same. I call it Adam's calendar.
It's just like saying Egypt. It's like saying Egypt. Calendar. We know it ain't Egypt. We know it's Kemet. Everybody.
Yeah, I know it's not Adam. I just say it because that's just.
You're right. You're
gonna know what we talking about.
But the pseudo shit that's coming from
we do got to make an effort to try to correct it because they keep getting away with that, and that's what's causing confusion. Why is it called Adam's calendar? Huh? Yeah. They can't let shit slide.
Michael Tillinger, he gonna get his shit pushed in. Like we gonna push his shit in. I'm gonna do that. We'll do that because he's talking about Anunnaki, and I haven't even. He's charging niggas like $3,000 just to go to that shit. I'm like, come on, bro.
They need to beat his ass.
Yo,
Geechee.
So yeah, soon I saw a little bit of that Anunnaki shit, and I shook my head. I'm like, this nigga, what? Not him too. But it goes to show with that the Mormon shit.
Yeah, I'm waiting on what's his name?
Yeah,
I'm waiting on Unk's response to that indigenous cat.
Who, Unk?
Yeah.
Somebody calling Unk out on some indigenous shit?
Y'all didn't watch that Ma'at shit.
I did. I watched the whole thing.
I don't know. I saw it.
Yeah, he cooked them.
Yeah, he hella cooked them.
They both cooked his ass.
Dude was freestyling and shit. He brought up one book and that was it.
Yeah, you gotta have some books, man.
And then the rest of it was the same shit they do on TikTok. You don't think that they're hiding stuff? That they removed evidence? Nah, nigga, you gotta prove your case in court. You gotta show that these motherfuckers hit the evidence.
And don't worry about what the fuck I think. Just prove the shit. What the hell? Oh, and I forgot to give y'all the rest of the names. Hold on, y'all. Hold up.
Is that the name of the John Sleep?
Yeah, he broke it down. Go down one, Port. Go down one more. Yeah, that.
Have y'all copied and pasted? And
my man Sleepy.
Have y'all ever copied and pasted something in the chat? Is there a limit?
I don't know the max limit of that. But yeah, man, that we need to make sure people not thinking that that's fucking a biblical site or some weird Anunnaki shit.
Hey, somebody get in the chat real quick. And as I say these names, can you type them? Never mind. I got it. I can open both my windows. I got it.
All right, go ahead.
Do a split screen real quick.
Yeah, I was commenting on that indigenous dude shit, and he don't respond to my shit, bro. I think somebody let him know who I was.
What dude?
The dude that debated on Dr. Mind's channel.
Oh, I haven't seen. Did you put that in our chat, in the group chat?
Yeah, I put it in. It was 2 days ago, I think.
Yeah, that was a minute ago. I was watching that shit.
I'm fucking sleeping.
After Rob's jump.
It was Wednesday, Thursday night.
I feel like I be getting shit late. Oh shit.
But you ain't missed nothing. He brought up the same fucking talking points them niggas be bringing up, and they ain't got no fucking sources. He brought up Kincaid and the Grand Canyon. Nigga, where's the source?
You
got to know the dirt.
I'm gonna put that shit on the
t-shirt. Has a bomb ass primary source, bro. The Supreme Court.
You got to know the dirt.
Gotta know the dirt, nigga. He was yo. Listen, I don't know what it is like through the eyes of TikTok. He didn't look that retarded. He was in another world, bro. Like he was in a place he just did not need to be in. Because he looked so fucking slow. He looked like he was fresh off the fucking corner, shaking the cans and shit with nickels.
The part for me is
trying
when
to get
he got
40
muted and he kept talking
and
to
kept
the screen. Oh shit!
Somebody know him. Sonetta was like, "Don't nobody know you, dog. This is the toughest environment on YouTube, dog.
Like, come over to TikTok."
The bar was you must not be from around here.
Sleep.
What up?
Sleep.
What up?
This nigga got that Hebrew Israelite beard and shit.
Right? This motherfucker burning me, bro. Every time I think I'm doing something with the fucking, every time I think I
just come from the Balad Al Saddad area, fam.
These motherfuckers come through
in the house.
Yes, sir.
Bugs on these shit.
I just want to talk about the Nkwezi real quick.
There you go. Say that one more time for the family.
Nkwezi.
Okay.
That's the indigenous name for it. Another name for it is the African Stonehenge. The dude you talking about, he not just like Mo was talking about. He's not an archaeologist. He's not nobody in the anthropologist community. He's just somebody who, you know what I'm saying, who went out there and just like, hey, look what I got. But I think her name is Joanne Hine.
Okay.
JohanHeine. And that was a woman who I would say she coined that term. I would say Adam's calendar. But that dude is doing some spooky stuff.
He's doing some weird shit, right? Like I was like,
for sure.
Up. Yeah, he got like a whole little touring little thing, and he got people over there, and he be making these weird stories up, and it goes with his little book and shit. And I'm like, yo, what is he doing?
He's copying what's his face?
No black people either over there. I don't see no black indigenous South Africans over there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It'd be one thing if he had like black people over there and you know, I don't see none of that. I saw maybe one black dude.
Yeah. I think what he's doing is he's pulling the same thing that Zach Stitch is pulling.
Zachariah. I knew he was going to Zachariah. Fucking
Zachariah Stitching.
Really?
He's doing the same thing.
Kind of like a pseudo shit.
But yeah, pseudo, but here's what Zachariah did, and here's what that dude is doing. The dude we're talking about now is using an archaeological site, but but Zach was using cuneiform. He was saying that he could translate cuneiform, and he built that entire story based off of his mistranslations. He's doing the exact same thing.
Yeah,
just with a megalithic structure.
Yeah, and that's fucked up because it's like it's that same old thing. It's like saying, you know what, guys, the aliens built the pyramids.
Yeah,
you know that family, not black people, not Africans, aliens. You know, the Anunnaki
the thing, like, I
built that shit, not black folks, not the South Africans.
That joke is crazy to me.
Like that shit got me fucked up.
It'll be forever be crazy to me.
But yeah, so maybe one day I gotta reach out to Indiga and because I know she's dying to do that.
No, bro, because she ain't gonna stay on topic.
No, we gotta keep on topic though. That's why it gotta be.
We can do it this way. No, she over here. We're gonna do that outline, and yeah, I mean, we ain't gotta.
As long as we keep on topic, I think we good. And see, this environment is a little controlled because we don't got crazies coming in here like that. So you know, it'll be just on topic pertaining to that. The indigenous. Well, I don't know. She can get. I don't know. It can probably get a little pseudo. Depending.
And look, I'm gonna tell y'all now beforehand. My bad for it. That I'm just like I got a bias towards African spirituality. You know what I'm saying? That, so it's gonna be certain things with like, well, yo, Mo, you just gonna let her say that? Like I can't, like it's a certain thing. I gotta leave it alone. I don't agree with all that shit. I will push your shit in a little bit, but because it is linked back to our people's shit, I ain't gonna mash your shit all the way in. Like
right. And I dig exactly where you're coming from. Yeah. Right.
So just a heads up.
Yeah. And that's where you know, that's where you get the clashes, I guess, that people might see and stuff. Cause a lot of us subscribe to like spirituality on that, you know, and then you know, Mo's like, well, where it at? Where is it? Is it something I can hold?
I want powers for real.
Right. Like
I want real fucking powers.
Right. And I dig that. I dig that 100, you know. But
it's an alien, I want to meet him.
Yeah.
God, I want to meet him.
Because we can get a little pseudo, man. You know, a lot of like conscious community can get pseudo as fuck with it. And that's kind of it can get spacey. And I dig exactly where you come from.
Yeah, it happens. It just we just gotta learn how to it's not detrimental until it gets to a certain point where you're not dealing with reality, right? Because it is something that should be explored, but it has to stay that way, that it's a practice and we're trying to see what works. We're trying different things out and different things work for different people. We still haven't figured out how the fuck that happens, even with placebos and shit, right? So once we stay right there and just understand that, then you know that fairness across the board can happen, but it can't turn into a cult or like, nah, it's only this way, nigga. It's 17 chakras, not 14. Nah, what are we doing, man? He aligned his shit, you aligned yours. I didn't see any of them, so all of y'all should align. You know?
Yeah, that's how we get out of hand, and we, you know, it's the real. Like we got to focus on the reality of shit, and sometimes it's us. We kind of put that shit to
me. That's
the
problem with all this information, bro. Like it's an information overload, and there's so much pseudo information going around. People are not doing enough like vetting of the information. So we sitting here getting caught up in these magical cycles and these magical loops, right? Like this goes back to talk about like, you know, just some Jim Crow shit. Like people who wrote Jim Crow and all that shit, they're literally speaking about how they were going to have information that is circular, meaning that it's going to be fake and of nature, but people are going to be susceptible to it simply because of how they're coming out of a different religion or a different whatever.
Right.
So it's so crazy that we're dealing with these spherical illusions that have to do with different information and different ideologies. We're gonna be fighting with a lot of this stuff for the next 10, 15 years, bro. It's gonna be so crazy.
We believe in everything except for ourselves, right? You know,
facts.
You know what I mean?
So sad.
I'm a this, I'm a that. I ain't African though. I don't believe that.
They'll be Anunnaki for that African. I don't get it,
bro.
I
was so mad when I saw that Anunnaki bullshit connected to the Michael Tillinger shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
so I mean, that's the shit he pumping down there.
Anything that's African,
turn your volume up, Susan. I can't hear you, brother.
Oh, shit, it is so.
Oh,
you probably leaning back.
My bad.
I'm leaning forward toward the laptop.
Oh, that's my bad. My bad. I'm on that dumb shit. My bad.
Oh, you had your volume down?
Hell yeah, I'm tripping.
Anything that's African, they're gonna try to place some alien type mysticism on it.
Mm-hmm. Anything that's great in African, you know what I mean? All of our great things. Notice that
them
shit.
niggas dead and found a big ass fucking 20-ton golden fucking egg. They gonna be like, look, it's aliens put this here.
Mm-hmm. I rock with African religion or what people misnomer as spirituality, but it ain't no different from Christianity. It does a superstition and belief. Yep. Yeah, I don't necessarily rock with it. I rock with it in the sense of I would trust my own. If anything magical or out of this world, supernatural shit, whatever, I would rather trust my people with the shit.
Right.
Doing. If anything, you know what I'm saying? I feel more comfortable watching you and you got a dashiki on and you fucking crushing up some beads and saying, oh, blah, blah, blah. Like, all right, cool. You know, that's your people shit. And that's your stuff. Well, you got some foreign shit and it's been fucking with us for hundreds of years. And nah, man, no, it just don't look right. Something's wrong.
That state sponsored shit we don't fucks with. But like if it's like Nigerian Igbo culture, man, I think that's pretty unique. And it's got the Chiniki and the chi and all that stuff. I like that. I like that spiritual system. I'm like, that shit, I like it. Do anybody have to like it other than me? No, that's just what I like. You know what I mean? But what I like is indigenous to African, is indigenous to the people, you know, to that particular group. You know what I mean? And that's kind of how I look. And it's African, man. It's African. It's not like I put that to the side and said I ain't fucking with it because I'm over here in America now. No, I'm gonna embrace that shit. I'm gonna learn about it. And the more you learn about it, I think you learn about yourself a little bit. You might can't, you know what I mean? You might can't do that with all types of African religions. I'll say that. But I think I think we can find a better connection with ourselves when we explore that. The African religions and spiritualities, like most say it, as opposed to these the European ones and stuff like that. But still though, there's a line that has to be crossed too when it gets to controlling people, even with us. If it's got us on some fucked up shit, it's no good for us either.
Right. Gotta
you know what I mean?
On them lines.
Yeah. Like if it's detrimental to us, we shouldn't bother it either. And even if it is our own shit, you know what I mean? But if you're minding your African business and it makes you a better African, hey, go ahead and get African with that shit, man, and subscribe to it. And it's just the connections that we do still to this day. Like I talked about the libation, where they pour water down for their offering. I mean, for their offering, you know, to the ancestors. And we do the same thing when we pour out liquor over here if we're paying homage to one of our homies that we lost in the streets and shit. So we have that connection. That's what I like about the African spirituality when it comes to stuff like that. Because it's like, you know what I mean? Certain things like that. Oh shit, I understand it now.
Yeah, reverence to your family.
About we in a spaceship and we're flying and all of that shit. I don't understand that. I don't understand us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
and like I hear you, Port. Like, but that's why all this shit got to get banged on with me. Like all of it.
Yeah,
because until we get to a point where we doing better as people, all this distractions, all of this fairy tale stuff that cannot be used to prove an objective reality that is bettering us. I'm banging on all of it simply because it's not doing good for our people, bro. Like we can go play with crystals and shit like later on. We got our own shit and all this and shit. Like we don't have that shit now. Like we can't.
This nigga banging on crystals now.
Yeah, it gotta be a limit, bro.
Everything.
Yeah, anybody can get it. Nah, I feel you, man. We gotta clean up. We gotta clean up house and then get back to the shit.
Oh, they trying to
because once again, bro, like I'm banging on crystals and stuff like that because once again we put responsibility in everything else but ourselves.
Right.
That's like, why it's gotta get banged on.
Yeah.
That's why it's like we can have it back.
It's a crystal though, bro.
We don't care.
No, bro, these people that shit don't even be making no sense.
Okay,
wait,
hold on, because I'm misunderstanding.
But you know how like
on the people that are misleading people on what the powers that come with the crystal.
Yes.
Okay, I thought we was just like, nah, nigga, we gonna go.
I ain't banging on Morphite. You know what I'm saying? I mess with Morphite, but like, you say that the Morphite, like the Morphite gonna bring you money and you ain't worked in 7 days. Like,
it's gonna.
Yeah.
We can't be out here. You know what I'm saying?
No, I got you, fam. I got you. But that's 100 though.
That nigga got on Napa Lazuli. That's whooping. Like, yo. Oh shit!
It's like God. I know I'm on E, but I know my God can get me there. I know.
That's different
Right.
though. Cause we can come to YouTube for that. Because if we do that shit on TikTok, bro, they gonna snipe us.
What the
They're
crystal
gonna
bang?
cry.
Oh, the
That
crystal
new-
gang gonna fuck us
yeah,
up.
bro, that
Nigga,
new
that shit is-
spirituality, they snipe
Crystal
my
ball gang
shit.
gonna be mad at
Yo,
us. The tarot
I'll
card
be
gang
on my
gonna be
wife's
mad.
ass every fucking day. With
I ain't fucking with them at all. Shout out to them.
But I don't at the point like I'm not no type of. I ain't gonna take your crystals and throw them away or say nothing like that. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah,
listen,
never
these things don't change frequency. They use these crystals, the same crystals y'all talking about in watches, because they're stuck on a precise frequency. It don't switch. I just trying to give you some science behind it. Maybe you need to practice something else with it, because that's what they're using it for watches. They finding out how it really works, and you over here just believing shit. Test something else out and see what it can actually be used for. You know what I'm saying? Stop believing shit that ain't producing no
Using your
results.
shit like Thanos on it.
Right?
Why does this always happen to us?
It's funny, man.
Now we ain't gonna mess with y'all, man. We already know y'all niggas deep out here.
Oh yeah,
That's when they all band together.
Yeah, shout out to y'all, because y'all be peaceful on y'all shit, and I ain't trying to fuck up y'all zen. Y'all good with me.
I'm glad Energy knew where we was coming from though, because everybody did.
Nah,
We lost
nigga, she
like
cussed
50
us
people that week.
out.
Who?
But she
She
understood
cussed
where we
me
was coming
and
from.
Black
Everybody
Girl.
else just dipped.
Who,
Though.
Energy?
Yeah, Energy. Like everybody else dipped and didn't even want to have the
Who was-
conversation.
yesterday?
Energy. She
Nah,
stayed.
this was
She
a
spoke her
long-ass
part.
time ago.
She
Oh,
said
okay.
why she was offended, and then she, thought about it, let it marinate, and she came back like, "Oh, yo, I see what y'all saying. It's beyond just you meditating, being one centered, healthy, and all of that type of shit. Relieving stress and all. It's different from that. These people are taking this shit way too goddamn far. They
Right.
traveling to different planets and walking on the sun, and like, come on, man. You can just not eat nothing. Just eat the sun.
Yeah.
Everybody can be a vegan. Just don't feed your kids nothing but plants and all this shit. Y'all know what the hell y'all saying?
Yeah. And if you don't look at it like that, and you get caught up a little bit in the hype of it, it can feel like Mo's being a little bit mean and shit when he's at that. But it's not. It's like, wake up, nigga. Like this shit might not be good. It don't get too carried away with it. That's all I'm saying. And have us doing some shit like we believe in the spaceships, but we don't believe in ourselves or these crystals and stuff like that. And it can get out of hand. That's all.
Right? And they come every day talking about, you see, they did the release, they did the disclosure on the alien.
Yeah.
Like, bro, if the aliens disclosed them, they would just be out here.
Yeah, we had that discussion on
We
TikTok.
gotta go to the government and tell them to make an announcement. They could just pop out. You making a goddamn
Until them
announcement.
niggas come to the hood,
Tell them to
I
pull
don't
up.
give a fuck about it.
Word up.
They don't pull up on us. Aliens been out there since before man, during man. They let all this atrocity shit happen to my people. That means to me they in on it. They ain't pulling up to the hood. I never seen a group of gangbangers in the hood. We about to do a drive-by. Niggas is in the car, and then all of a sudden the spaceship just lands on the street. They about to do the drive-by, and both sides get out of the car. Like, hey, why are we banging this? What the fuck is this? Hey, who y'all? Who y'all?
Y'all need to stop. The European has set you up. Put you in this isolated city. Like, you ain't never seen no shit like here.
He
Here,
ain't
take
came
this
from
right
the
here.
ship. He ain't give us no guns. Here, go get your lick back. What is this? This advanced alien technology. We got y'all. They ain't doing nothing. It's always Europeans and shit that's seeing these fucking aliens. It ain't
Like, how do I feel this? With your brain. What?
They always see all that
Yeah,
shit.
you just think and fly this motherfucker.
Tell the
Never see
Kinesis
that.
nigga, come here, put this on, and you can control people's minds. Like, word, nigga, for bet. Give me it. They ain't doing none of that shit. So fuck them niggas.
Racist.
They ain't lying. They not landing in the backyard, knocking on the back door, like, hey, look, here, take these couple of weapons. You know, it's a
Right.
little advanced. I'm gonna instruct you. I'm gonna give you 3 crash courses on how to use this. Then you take the shit back to your homies. And with this, you niggas can run, y'all can control everything. I'm like, bet I'm calling every nigga I know. But hey, I got this shit. They landed in the backyard, nigga, it's popping.
Hey, but look, yo, you know how, this is the problem though. If you really want to think about it, see, like, you know, we in space, so the messages to them get real late. So them niggas are still like on that Jim Crow shit with us. They don't, you know what I mean? Like we free today, but the shit that the signals that they getting are racist signals from their from the planet. It's been racist for all of this time.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? So they like, damn, we don't fuck with the niggas either.
Fucking
You know what I'm saying?
frequency off. Like, yo, what the fuck is that?
When they get here, they can be like, damn, y'all ain't whipping niggas no more like I used to.
Just gave up, huh?
Yeah. They're getting old signals, man. So they definitely racist.
Damn, son.
The signals that they getting right now, they like million years old.
Right. I ain't never seen, damn, nigga, we all just kicking it. It's Juneteenth. We all outside kicking it. And then we see two different alien species battling in the sky. And everybody pull out their iPhones and record. I've never seen this shit. It's always some motherfucking European recording this shit.
I'm telling you, man. That's Ghost too. Ain't no ghost, man. It's like Paul Moody said, if ghosts was real, slaves would come back and they'll beat the shit out of white people. They'll beat their ass.
They tripping, bro.
Like that.
We got every single state here in America got a community where it's black people. And you mean to tell me we don't see these motherfuckers? They not pulling up. No one's recording them. They're not interviewing. They're not abducting us. Like, damn, nigga, what happened? I got abducted by an alien last night, nigga, this week, Amy. This shit ain't happening to us. It's just motherfucking Asians and Europeans and shit.
It's a distraction, man.
The niggas that need help, they not helping, so fuck them niggas. They pull up, like, why the fuck it take y'all so long? Oh, well, we're here now. It's better late than never. Like, yeah, okay, so give me the shit. What you need? I need about 500 of this, 300 of that. Oh, you got vaporizing guns? Yeah, let me get like 10 of them. They ain't doing that shit. They just playing. Y'all over there playing with the motherfucker. You manipulating the government to do what y'all want. That means y'all in on the demise of my people. So fuck you niggas.
Yeah, pull up.
And if the aliens is real, that means they got different sets of species of aliens. You mean to tell me none of you niggas pulled up to help? None of you species of aliens pulled up to help on my people. Well, fuck are you niggas then? Damn, look, you see what they do? They're putting people in slavery. Oh, look, they're putting shit over their mouths. They keep carrying. We gotta go back. We gotta go down there and stop this. This
aliens clearly did not give a fuck about our enslavement family.
They just watching this shit on alien TV and shit. Look at these crazy. Look at what these crazy white pasty niggas is doing to these
alien Telemundo out there, motherfucker. Yo, they
got kids, so they kids just watching the shit. Like none of them pulled up like shit. None of the teenagers. Do you mean to tell me aliens have kids and they just grown?
They should have pulled up any minute.
They could have stole one of their mom and pop's spacecraft and came. Look, fight these niggas back with this. I can't stay that long. Fuck them niggas.
Hey man, we don't got no friends. R.I.P. Dr.
Trying to I heard that shit. That was like, what's her name? Was like when we was talking to the native dude. She was like, these are our allies. Like, we don't need allies. We need y'all to do y'all shit and we do our shit. Adjustment syndicate, nigga. We ain't here to make fucking friends. They wasn't understanding that shit. Like, I'm neutral to the natives. I ain't got no beef with y'all. I wish y'all the best, but I don't need y'all helping this shit because I'm dealing with my fucking people. When I saw that these niggas wasn't gonna attack they people for doing racist shit, then that means my communication with y'all went very limited because y'all don't give a fuck about y'all people doing racist shit toward my people. Y'all just, it's a problem with my niggas do it toward your people. So I said, well, fuck that shit. If y'all not gonna address the shit on your side, what the fuck I look like addressing the shit on my side? Point blank.
Told you.
Period. And then niggas got mad. I had Brown Girl Pride and Apache and other people hitting me up. Why would you say that? And I kept it simple. Why is it y'all not going after that indigenous dude, that native dude that made that rap video talking about unaliving black people and their family members that ain't got shit to do with them pretending to be natives? And them niggas stopped talking to me. Yeah, well, I have yet to see anybody address this man.
And he's still dropping tracks.
Oh, I don't forgot the nigga's name.
But yeah,
But,
and it ain't like we kind of had they back in a way indirectly.
they say the same shit, bro. These motherfuckers believe that they just came from nowhere.
Oh
And
yeah,
they just here.
They're not ready for that push, man. And we've been kind of quiet.
Yeah, and they be over there talking. I'm like, yo, I did not know these Native Americans were just this intellectually and they're just like realists. This is amazing. Well, I slipped into one of them other lives. My wife sent me some recordings. I said, these slick motherfuckers.
Yeah,
I don't know why they think we came from them. We started over here. That's what our old teachings say.
Yeah.
We were always here. We didn't know Bering Strait. That's been debunked.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa. That's the same shit they said. They just black. They can't say it because they black. And you going to go over there like, yeah, we got the syndicate handling. And one of them even said that. Don't worry about that. Mo and Sutton and them going to handle them.
The Brown Girl Pride said that shit.
Like I'm your animal. Like, yo, y'all niggas need to move around with that shit. And look, if you going to do something, do it. You don't need to come to me. That's how I know that you're trying to use me to go against my people. I'm going to deal with them anyway, period. Those are my brothers and sisters. Who the hell are you? Like, what are you talking about? Like, we're allies. So why do you keep saying that? They be talking to other people when we not even there saying we allies. Walking around using our name. The Adjustment Syndicate going to do this. Port City and Mo, they going to do this. Yeah, they going to handle that. Like, yo, what the fuck is y'all doing? Y'all causing chaos. You just like the European.
Yeah, it's kind of
doing the same shit. We don't have no agreements. And when I said it, remember I kept saying, look, back off, get out of here. What do you want? Back up, get off, out of here. What do you want? She wanted to play that game. I think it was Anna Apache. I was like, yo, so go get some paperwork, some treaty or some type of contract or something from your elders and tell us what y'all got to offer. We're going to say what we got to offer. Yeah. Oh, no, that's only for governments. And so why are you here? What are we actually going to do?
Because and Cali X and Angela, what's her name? Angelia Angelia something, Angel or some shit.
Something like that. Angel Live, something. Yeah, man. And then look, if you're going to do something, you're really concerned about the community, you want to help black people out, just do it. No, the Black Panthers ain't say nothing when they was pulling up. This gang members, Crips, Bloods, everybody, they ain't say nothing. The Black Christians, Hebrew Israelites, when they helping you out, they just helping you out. They help you out if you don't even ask for it. They just doing it. So if y'all doing something for our community, why the hell you need to come and tell me about it? Just go do it. I ain't falling for that. They know we a hell of a marketing package.
We all know, right?
We can get these niggas over here to get rid of old niggas over there.
Yeah, they got a couple of studies that say that the Bering Strait theory, we got to look at new information because it's outdated. That's cool, but you still got some articles out there that support it.
You can't get away.
My thing is, where did you motherfuckers originate? I said that shit today,
and they read that wrong.
When they talk to us, they say they originate from Africa.
Right.
When they get by themselves, nigga, they don't say that shit.
Y'all cut this shit out when y'all away from
that nigga. Look, Mo hit me up. He said, "Nigga," he said, "Don't get super attached to these motherfuckers because they playing us." He said, "That's why I ain't say shit." And then this nigga started sending me shit, and I'm like, "What the fuck is this?" These niggas is in the comment section talking shit about us.
Yo.
They're in the comment section of this one native lady's live, and she got over like 500 comments talking shit about us because we said that they from Africa, and now they're going with their oral traditions. Now, not all of them think like this, but majority of them do. They don't give a fuck about the out of Africa shit. They say they always been here, point blank, period, and that the black people ain't them.
Right. I've heard that shit a couple times, yo. Like I was like, because it was right around a time where we were really going into it. We were trying to, we were honestly doing the we was being integrity, we was holding our integrity. But then all of a sudden I started hearing about, well, that's not our ancient tradition. That's not what we think about it. And it's like, hold on.
The Bering Strait is debunked. And then put up the goddamn picture, and it's saying that there are different migrations that could have happened before that and after, or other directions. That's all. They were adding to the Bering Strait. They weren't taking it away.
Then these niggas said, no, we were here, and then we went into Asia. I'm like, oh, wait, what? I said, so are y'all human? Are y'all humans or not? I'm not understanding.
Yeah, it's like we, you know.
Then they get mad at me because I say, y'all have the same talking point as these black indigenous people, the pandemics. The difference between y'all is that these niggas is black and y'all don't like black people, point blank, period. No, that's not it. Well, y'all got the same talking point. Y'all just don't like them because the color of their skin, because they saying y'all. They y'all.
See that this is
How
the
the
thing.
hell you gonna get over there and push somebody's shit in and go to your live with the information you got to push it? Now push your shit in just like you did to them.
It's like everybody want to be that exotic thing, but y'all come from us, man. Look at the haplogroups. Y'all are all their youngest. Now y'all might have been separated from everybody the longest.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? But y'all come from us, and that's the hard truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some of them accept it, but some of them don't.
Yeah, like,
but guess what makes me mad is when they say, well, you know, we got Afro-Indigenous people and we don't disrespect them. That's a fucking lie. The Afro-Indigenous people were on TikTok and they have to go live because you have Native people attacking them.
why did they have to fight for their shit? Like, it's historically, and it's historically in y'all treaties that y'all don't give a shit.
Tried to say that we didn't kick them out. The fuck you mean you didn't kick? This shit's on record.
Now that's the push they don't want us to do. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. Like, I'm truth when it comes to history. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it's like rain. It don't care who's it fall on. I noticed that though, as soon as we started talking about haplogroups and we were getting into the Barron's grade, Vanta was doing a lot of the DNA, and we were just kind of going all over that shit. And then I started hearing this. Well, that's not what the ancestors say about it. Hold on now. Hold on. I was with you until you saying we all African.
Right.
But like you said, they'll say that shit on our junks, but to get in there and be like, hey, you know what? That's what them niggas say. But grand auntie told us that we were already
the niggas said they got their own haplogroup. I was like, what?
That ain't right. That ain't cool. That ain't right. That ain't that, you know.
Yeah, clearly they didn't understand what the whole genome was about. They thought they think their haplogroup just exists by itself, like it's not connected to the entire genome. Like the haplogroup is still from an African haplogroup.
Yeah, man.
Your genome is connected to the human genome, talking about the migrations out of Africa. It's not, you don't have your own separate genome.
Yeah. Can nobody run away from Africa, man? That's just how it is.
I'm gonna be real, because I'm gonna say this. Like, I'm not trying to go after the natives, because I done seen niggas go after them and their pages is gone.
Yeah, I know. Right?
when I say that,
go after though, it ain't nothing to go after. It's just
it ain't like that.
Alone.
It's just truth though.
Stop
no, it's not even. It's just you tell them the truth about haplogroups and the Barron Strait. They stand up and like, let's try to get his page banned.
I got you.
Them niggas can't fuck with me. If I wanted to, I would.
No, I don't know if y'all saw that.
I don't want to mess with them because they built different. They not able to take this. That's why they need us to get into this smoke arena. You know, they not smoke ready like that. We're a different type of people.
You got a couple that's solid. I think Singing Bear is solid. He's solid. I fucks with him.
I ain't got a problem with any of them.
Yeah.
They just some of them need to mind their business though. They don't know when to draw the line and then go back over there.
Singing Bear, that's the one of the first people I ever saw pushing their shit in.
Yeah.
And he was the one that told me about that Mayan glyph.
Will understand where we coming from and the science and the integrity behind the shit. Because this, like, if you got integrity, it don't care where the truth is. If it is what it is, it is what it is. You just got to concede to it.
Yeah.
But everybody ain't like that. Everybody just want to kind of have their own little belief, and it ain't like that.
Nah, Sutek, you don't like Singing Bear. I ain't never seen him get out of pocket on nothing.
Oh yeah, Singing Bear be on
right? Like he said that, you African people, we mix in
with other people's skin though.
And he was one of the first people to say that they got African cities. Like, I didn't know that they got African towns and shit in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that shit.
Yeah, I fucks with Singing Bear, man.
Peace to the chat though. How y'all doing?
Oh, what's up?
This nigga with the low voice.
I know this the first day I'm like, I thought you was gonna be. He must be off.
No, I'm working. I'm just we quiet today.
That's what's up.
Around a little bit of silence. But how y'all doing?
Shout out to Smack, everybody.
Good,
Chilling.
Hey, I was listening to y'all just talking about that. Hey, y'all right about that though. And but at the same time, y'all gotta remember, man, they do fuck with us, bro. Like they do. Remember I was telling you stuff last night about my daddy, his land situation. The whole idea behind that, man, is literally like some of the foundation of what happened. Because you got to think it's in Kentucky and Tennessee, right? And they like it's a lot of people that they just learning. They just starting to really learn the idea of their origins too as well. But no, they with us, man. But I'm not. And I know it's not like I'm sympathizing for them, but
Oh no, you good, man. This is what it ain't no beef or nothing. It was just
I'm just talking about with the educational shit. They just be doing some slick ass stuff. And I'm from VA and been to Oklahoma, and I've just been around a lot of them, and I know how they do. And I've been around. I've seen what people say. I've talked to the people. I've been on a reservation. I know, like, there's certain things I know about them, and they know what the fuck I'm talking about. So they know. Yeah, they know what it is. It's not. I'm not making it seem like everybody's all evil. It's just if they're gonna do something, they need to come out in the open and say, "What the hell are you trying to do?" And we need to get to some agreement because they do like using people. That's I've experienced it like over and over and over and over, and then it'd be fuck you. And then I've seen it happen like just recently on TikTok, and they'll be over there pushing with us. We pulling up academic studies, abstracts, and all this shit, and then they go over there and say the same exact shit that they saying. So it's like I'm not with all of that. I'm trying to educate my people. I'm not just trying to say, hey, don't use this stuff because it's not real, and then but just let them use it. No, nobody needs to be doing this shit. If we're talking about studying actual history and actual anthropology, biology, however far we're going with it, it needs to be accurate. It needs to be what the experts said. You can't just use it to defeat somebody and then turn around and do the same shit that they were doing.
Right.
That don't make any damn sense. Because if that's the case, they're helping you out, right? They're just promoting your belief system.
Right.
Yeah. They just believe what you believe.
Yeah. It ain't no beef, man. I mean, everybody should know us by now, especially the way we've been rocking against the Abos. They should know where we stand. It's just certain things about the historical record or maybe the details that are in history that we like, all right, man, y'all can't be like, you can't be separating from that part of the history, that part of the science. If y'all, that's the technicals, that's all. But nah,
that's something with the mestizo. They don't like being called that, but I can't think of the mixed folks. You know what I'm saying? But they don't like being called mestizo no more. But a lot of the problems. Remember we was talking about Haiti last night and the mulattoes, and I kind of brought up that little point about the mulattoes. It's kind of the same thing with that because in that they talked about like the mulattoes and how it was actually mulatto leadership versus on the white side, and it was a mulatto leadership on the black side too, right? And in that, right, it's kind of the same thing here, because you got to remember, especially when you look at the Spanish America, Spanish Florida, West Florida, and all that stuff, all the way across to the western side of Mississippi, all of their different like annals of information that they have, a lot of it's recent because they would destroy their stuff. You know what I'm saying? And then with that, a lot of folks, and it's some real shit. They like how they used to do us here in America as black ones. They did them the same way, right? They would be hanged, and you know what I'm saying. They do a lot of stuff. But with that, we gotta understand from what I'm seeing, like the Bering Strait theory, they got evidence. The reason why they trying to counter that stuff is because they got proof that they went to Siberia and came back, and they remigrated. And that, I'm not gonna lie to you, every time I look a little farther into that, I do believe it. I do believe that they was here, and then they went to Siberia because they have a Tlingit. They have a clan called the Tlingit, and Tlingit is Siberian, right?
Hold on. You saying the people from South America went to Siberia?
No, the Northern Natives and the Canadian First Nations.
The First Nations peoples.
They did. They went back. Okay, but people still came across though.
Right, like
exactly.
Vanta told us about that. They had
like a back migration, right? That's what y'all saying, like a back migration.
Yeah,
right?
Vanta, he already came on here and told us about that though. He said it happened multiple times.
Yeah, it happened a bunch of different times. And in that, like at the end of that, like when America was being developed, well, when Canada was being developed. The Russians, they actually had a colonization with the Canadian First Nation. They actually suing them right now for being called Siberian and for them being colonized by Russians, I think in the 1800s or something like that. And it is, it's proof of it. It's all types of different evidence that does point to that. But me personally, like from what, like I read a little farther into it. Vance talks about it too. Vance read about it too. And the re-migrations back and forth and back and forth. And the Russians burning stuff. And then you got the Americans, they Spanish, they'll burn your records. Oops. Nope, my bad. That's my walkie-talkie, my bad.
I was about to say they on your top. There's a black man out here
Fucking
talking
Agent
about
Smack out here, everybody. Agent Smack.
Oh my God, Agent S, like MIB, Agent S.
Bro, it don't matter because they got an agent that worked. He the top leader of their whole movement, and they don't give a fuck about that. He's just doing this to feed his family or whatever, nigga.
That ain't cool. But I just
correctional officer and shit.
Man. But yeah, that to me, like I think I still see them as allies, man. I know y'all probably don't look at it the same exact way.
Oh no, we do. I mean, it's
no, they could be allies. I'm just saying, I'm not on that. I don't have any of that because until somebody shows me something that they doing, and then we actually come to some agreement. I don't like people just popping up in the middle of our conversations and then stirring up drama, and you on the same type of shit. Like you was just being fake the whole damn time, and you believed it. That is the most craziest shit. You believe these people, and you're on my live debunking them, and then go on your live and laugh and giggle, and allowing people to say, yeah, instead of trying to find your Indian ancestors, because it doesn't matter if you have an Indian ancestor, it still don't mean you Indian. It's just an Indian ancestor. You need to go find your father. Nobody's saying anything. Kill the wobble babies and they sleep and all this shit, and nobody's saying nothing.
That
something to these motherfuckers.
You're right, Mo. That I don't like because it should be a little bit more pressure applied to that. Because we don't make songs talking about, you know what I'm saying? We don't think like that.
Nah, niggas done. They made it before.
Against them?
Yeah.
Damn. I ain't fucking.
You had people address it though.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's you gotta put that pressure on here. Because I do not agree with none of that. You know what I'm saying? Because we saved each other, man. Like when you really look at the cusp of how we was on the brink at every moment. We on the brink now. If you really look at it intellectually, it's less of a physical fight. It's more of a psychological fight. Some people even take it deeper and say it's a spiritual fight. And I do believe in some skirts of that information. But when it comes to like the end of it, bro, we saved each other. If it wasn't for it, I just feel like we do need to form like a deeper alliance, but we do need to have not the smoke session, but more like where we passing it around to each other, like we smoking that.
Yeah, just true, you know,
tripping.
And
outside though,
built for smoke.
Right.
We can't pass with them. If they on something, like I told Anna Apache, let's get to it. You know my email is mofax@yahoo.com. Let's talk to the elders. My people talk to your people. Let's get it going. I can handle my brothers and sisters. Like I know how we smoke heavy. I know what to do. Man, this ain't even for you. We got other shit to worry about, and we can get to that. You over here arguing with people. Y'all can't. No offense, y'all can't handle the type of shit we do, man. The talk, y'all, it's hard for y'all to handle. This ain't even for you. Leave that alone. Let us do this shit, and then we could be handling other things on the other end.
That's what I'm saying, Mo. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think that this is the area for that type of an alliance. That's internet TikTok alliance. I don't know.
No.
I need to see some paperwork. I need to talk to one of your elders or something. They call the Black Panthers out and the Hebrew Israelites and all that, and get have a big ass meeting or something.
That's what I'm saying. That's the goal, because they saying the same stuff. Like even when we get information where it comes back and we gotta kind of strike down each other a little bit in it, not in a fucked up way, but in a way that's understandable. It's like, yeah, that's wrong. It's sharpening a sword. It's sharpening iron. So we can be more on our square. And I feel like they are a key and we a key with them too. But we gotta make that fucking sit down. We gotta make that real deal gathering the nation. That's why I keep saying, man, we need to have a nation so we can make real moves. I know y'all didn't full blown agree with the ideas, but I'm not trying to like lead the pack and no information with that. I'm just trying to give suggestions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that is something I feel is gonna free us more. It's gonna free us more as Black folks, or we can have more.
But that's cool, bro. Listen, this is what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
The more we have a disagreement, that's why I was trying to get Port Mo. I was like, let this nigga get it all out.
Right.
Because Port cut that nigga off mid stride.
Right.
They
Who?
they don't
The
want
French
us.
dude?
The thief, whatever his name was. He was at mid stride, and Port was like, "No, fuck that." I was like, "Nah, nigga, let him get it out, Port. He about to spill the beans." They don't want us here. Point blank. Period. Majority of the natives don't want Black people here. They feel we are the same as the colonizer. Not all of them feel like that, but majority of them do. When you piss them off, that shit comes out. When they piss us off, we just say the same shit. Y'all got the same ideologies as the Black people that y'all going against. We don't say y'all colonizing us. Well, we could.
Yeah, they say you're a different. They call us a different type of colonizer.
Yep.
Like you're a colonizer too. It's just you're a different type of colonizer.
I think,
dude, he
I
said
I was a captive.
Yeah, that dude was weird as shit.
But he's not the first. That's not the first time I heard that shit come out. It's one of their mouths. But just this peep, like he said, well, if you guys take over this country, are you gonna give us back our land? So we supposed to just hand this shit over and fucking leave?
No. That's people do that. And that's an issue with being mixed. We identify monoracial. We know we Black people. That's that's monoracial. We don't have mixes in us to where we can identify any further outside of our African. They have a problem, just like the Meshkis in Iraq and Iran and the Levant, the Levantine. They got a problem with race, just like Africa. We listen to
but we talking about the natives. I'm not trying to go off and talk about other niggas.
No.
Listen to what I'm telling you, bro.
Okay.
If we rose up and somehow we took over America, what these niggas want, and excuse my language here, I'm just speaking freely because I'm amongst my people.
For entertainment purposes.
Yeah. They want us to rise up, take this shit over because they are less in numbers, and then just give it back to them and go the fuck back to Africa. My people helped build this nation. We fought in every war. We built up from nothing, from the dirt. We built all these motherfucking buildings. Right. Every time we go into the Olympic sports, it's my people. I don't see Native Americans out there running track, gold medals, and no Olympic boxing, basketball, any swimming, none of that shit. So you want us to just leave our history here with y'all and leave and pack the fuck up and get? I'm not doing that. I am not doing that shit.
You right, man. It's a lot of people.
We'll give you niggas some land, but they said the question we got to zone in on us. He said if Black people took over America, that means we're the victors. So we supposed to give the spoils of war back to niggas that ain't help us fight. I'm not doing that shit. It'd be different if you helped lead, if you led the charge and like we was coming in working together, but we still outnumber y'all. So we just being nice by giving y'all some shit back. I'm keeping it 100.
You're right though.
I'm gonna keep it real.
Listen, they are less in numbers. We would be nice by just giving y'all some shit back. I'm not just saying this to be fuck you niggas. What I'm saying, I'm thinking strategically. This is a military mindset. This is a war strategy. Your clans help my people take over this country, and y'all are at least the amount of people. So we're gonna give you some land, or give y'all the entire.
Wait, real quick, like what's the amount of land that they've given us since we've been over here?
You tell me. I want to know.
It depends on what those treaties are and what the descendants of
everybody know, like an estimate. Like it ain't got to be the exact number, but just like
wait. You talking about the natives or the government?
The natives.
The natives.
I don't know.
The natives
probably less than 3%.
The myth of 40 acres and a mule comes from them. It's not.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. But
they would give us. What's up?
But how much actual land was allotted to the African descendants is what we need to figure out as far as like, I guess.
Because we understand what's going on, but to keep it funky,
to quantify,
the Europeans don't own all the land now. You know what I'm saying? They don't own all the land. Like, so it just that's the first thing that pops up in my head. If we rose up and we had a lot of land and we just give it to you, you have land. Like, I'm saying, like, we don't have any fucking land. I mean, so like,
what do they want? Like California, Texas? No, that nigga said they want everything. If we took over America, we're gonna give them back their country. Like, so where the fuck we supposed to go? We just won the war.
Like, thank y'all niggas.
We conquered America.
But y'all gotta go.
We just got handed over to you and leave. We built this bitch up. Yeah. We sacrificed. Your people and my people died. So now we gotta leave after we won the war. A military strategy that's not gonna happen realistically.
Yeah, that's why we need to come together in action and actually enact different efforts across the country. As far as like the land itself, what I personally feel is it'll probably be most likely the American Southeastern Islands. And we'll have some type of alliance from that, and that'll be a bridge to Africa where we can travel freely. We can move freely, help build those. You know what I'm saying? I'm echoing a little bit. I think my thing.
That's what you need. That's echo. Sutek echoing.
Oh, okay. But yeah, that's a portion of what I've heard around for years. I've been studying this stuff for over 20 years. All of this, and I've been in action, like I said, when I've been doing protests for multiple different issues. As much as I work, I make time for that because this country sucks. Like America sucks. Like they suck the fat one, like a big rhinoceros size.
And that's why I would be like, you know what, yo, I'm going to Africa. Fuck it. Peace.
Yeah. Nah, bro. See, I can't do that. I can't just tell my people we won.
I understand 100.
We just conquered. Listen, we conquered port. We conquered America.
Man, stop saying that, bro. We got it. Stop saying that, though. God,
and you want me to just leave, bro? Come on.
This nigga about to set off the fucking
I gotta celebrate though.
But we got it.
Like we got before. Let's say before.
I feel you though.
Before it's over, we gotta sit down. Both parties, the natives and the African Americans, have to sit down. Like, look, when this is over with, because we win it. We winning it. So we gotta see. Okay, well, who's taking what states? That's what it's going to boil down to.
I say this. This is what I say. This is what I'll say, right? If it comes down to it, and we happen to win this joint, I'll split the shit down the middle. Whether it's we take North America, we take South America, or we split the shit up. That's how I feel it. Because then that way nobody mad. That mean y'all get half. We helped y'all get the whole shit, but we just want our piece of the sun too. We good. No one's happy, And then the Africans that want to go back to Africa, cool. We'll set up some shit for them.
Take the southern borders.
You know what I mean? But no, let us get the south because
listen, port.
Just stay where you at.
My biggest.
Everybody.
I don't think they. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that's
hypothetical shit. Now, y'all don't.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I wouldn't even have a conversation.
Yeah, this is crazy though.
I'd just be on some leave me the fuck alone type shit. That's all.
I would still get the fuck out of here.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm
not even trying to have this mine and this yours. I already know where this shit gonna go.
I'm out. I'd be like, I'll be gone soon. And it's like I love America and then don't I love our contributions and shit. I just would probably be like, you know what? I already got that. I don't even want to.
Yeah, but that's you. A lot of people ain't leaving.
But you're right though. We made sacrifices,
and this is like indigenous people about to leave.
Right, and you're right though. We made sacrifices, and this is our home, and we made it our home.
Yeah,
you didn't ask to be here.
You got to think about the Afro-Indigenous.
Yeah. The student is fucking right.
Afro-Indigenous ain't leaving. Black indigenous people are not leaving.
Yeah, they're not.
A lot of people, like my father, my mother, and my stepmom, they like go back to Africa. I ain't going nowhere. So you have people that think like this, bro. So even if the war is over with, we was like, okay, we leaving. There's gonna be some that want to leave and some that don't want to leave. Now, let's say we roll out, then we get like letters saying that the natives is over here, they're attacking us because they want us forcibly removed. So now we got to gather up, and now we got to come back over here and do the same shit all over again.
Right, because them Wabo killers, they still real, Like
they real.
They sleep and did it. The babies and niggas and me.
A lot of these people
that
don't like us.
It is.
Because then listen, we're not just dealing with native.
We're gonna leave and leave the pretendians here, and
no,
you're dealing with people in South America.
Because you know they're not going to
Mexico,
Africa,
right?
They're not coming to Africa. They just gonna be over there. You know it's
they
gonna
be over here.
It is going down.
It's gonna pop off because that's all it's gonna be. Yo,
if something happens,
we just gonna be in Africa chilling.
That's why I'm gone, yo. Because I don't even want
all of us left,
right?
If all of us was to leave, that's what I'm saying. They're gonna be. It's gonna
family.
be,
this is all hypothetical. We bullshit.
Yeah, it's hype. I'm not saying it's like it's gonna happen, but that's just always in the back of my head. If that shit do happen and we leave and they still here, what makes me think that they not gonna stay them, the ones that stay.
Hold on. If you talking about if us Pan Africans leave and the Wabos stay here?
No, I'm talking about our Afro Indigenous and Black Indigenous.
Apples, my bad.
Yeah, so we roll out, right? Majority of us leave, but you still have African Americans, you have Afro Indigenous and the pandemic. They still
ain't African niggas is staying. Is that what you? Yeah, them niggas
they are not gonna go to Africa, bro.
They ain't going.
They not.
And they're gonna go to war with the indigenous. It's gonna be another little war watch. It's gonna be.
That's what I don't think it's gonna be a war. I think they just gonna. Yeah, okay, we got our shit.
You see these lives?
Because remember, they're pushing land. The Black Indigenous are pushing land. So give them land. We're like, here's y'all land. Leave these niggas alone. Y'all ain't got.
Hold on now. If we win and we can do the treaty and just do the half, I think that'll work. We just have a treaty, and then it's like you get half, and we just have a North America, South America half.
That ain't gonna work for.
Listen, bro.
Y'all remember
listen to what I'm telling you. It's people on both sides, and they I don't even know what to call it, man. They got something going on in their head, and they gonna get that. If you know what I'm saying, they're gonna do it. Both sides. I didn't seen it. It's in their eyes, bro. We know that when we see that type of shit, this person really got some type of hatred, and it's gonna be quiet. Everybody gonna be like kumbaya, passing the pipe and everything. And somebody like, man, as soon as it get dark, they're gonna do weird shit.
Wow.
And humans have always been like that. It's just we can see all of these different personalities on the internet. They don't even know each other, talking about unaliving each other. Imagine when they, ain't the law technically ain't in the land because there's like a reestablishment happening. The change of power, whatever, and he's just trying to set things back up. Niggas gonna be acting buck wild.
That's what I'm saying. We had to reconnoiter the idea of having be one. Not keep saying that.
I will be in Africa now.
I probably because my thing is I'll probably set up something in the islands because that's where I want to kind of go, and then I can go back and forth to Africa from the islands.
We'll be in Africa, motherfucking South Africa, or goddamn Ghana, or motherfucking Kenya. One of them, I'll be chilling.
To them jihads roll through.
Right. I'm gonna have to go to South Africa. I gotta watch out for that shit when I get over there.
Biggest thing I would want to do is actually get the information, get our record, go to the African American burials, go to places like Clarksville where they still got remnants of history. Of black cities and black communities building. That stuff got to be preserved too because they're gonna try to burn it down. My thing is,
they're gonna fuck up all of it.
Make capital cities out of those former black communities and have a protection situation where we can add to the histories and to preserve the older histories. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the first thing that I want to make sure that I do, not with the war stuff. The war, like just off topic from whatever the speculative, of the war. I'm just saying.
And then you gotta listen. And bro, look, another reason why I be saying like this shit needs to be a real thing because these are people talking on the internet. They got council members and shit. Yep. What are they talking about? Yep. They got chiefs. What are they talking about? Do they agree with this shit that you saying? That's the thing. You see, that's why it has to be. If it's going to be talked about, it has to be real. We can do all of that because we starting from the dirt. They already have like government fully established. Like it's just not for the whole entire America or the exact way that they want it. But we don't know what the hell they mean. So that shit could go down, and then they are under control by somebody else. So they can say what they want on the internet and shake hands and what we said on Facebook. That's not what the hell their leader's saying.
That's the first thing that they'll probably, because that's what I hear a lot. Like they will go into their chiefs, like go into their councils. The ones that got shitty councils, because all of them are not fucked up. but a lot of them are because it's through the Bureau of Indian Affairs and stuff. They don't like them and parts of AIM. They don't like a lot of the structural information that's going through. Those people will have to those sets of like leaderships that those people don't agree with, keeping them with black water where they can't plant no food, fucking them, fucking up the land, putting other tribes that they ain't fuck with, back in the past, trying to shove them into the land and stuff. Like that stuff got to be record ordered all before. All of that Aboriginal stuff too, that would have to be record ordered beforehand. Like that would have to be settled beforehand, before any action would take place. Because if you don't want it to get in the way later, you want to get it out the way before. You know what I'm saying? Like a precursor to it. But for me, like I said, the preservation of the history is gonna count more than anything because it's history that I'm reading and pulling up every day. Last night when we were talking, I was looking up stuff through the African American burial ground, and I was looking through things like Mooresville and stuff. Still looking through that stuff while we was talking. You know what I'm saying? I'm at work looking at this stuff through the iPad, listening to y'all. You know what I'm saying? And talking to you and going through this stuff. It's like we need this. We're gonna need it because if we don't know where we come from, we're not gonna know where we're going. And on top of that idea, understanding that truth, it's gonna have to be like things like precursors are taken care of beforehand. I don't really want people to go to war. I'd rather have a battle of the mind. But but with white folks in the mix, they're not gonna want to fuck with none of this. But if it happens where we do, and it's time for brass boots to go in the masses, getting stomped with them Yimberlins, they going back to Europe because they lost the Civil War and they didn't leave. A few of them went down to South America, some of them went to the Yucatan Peninsula, but they lost. And under those treaties, they did not honor them. So they need to go back to Europe. And that's some real shit. And it might sound mean or whatever the fuck. Listen to the bar. And I'm reading stories about how they was trading. They would put like our ears in soup because it would be the what is like the equate what they call it equal to magic powers.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at a picture where they used to use it as ottomans. They would use the children as ottomans. They would take them into their plantation, bro, put their feet on them because they said it would cure ailments. It's all kind of different.
Put
weird.
Their feet on their chest and shit.
Yep, put their feet on their chest because they think that the energy that
there's pictures and shit. There's a weird picture floating around. I think that's like that too.
It's a bunch of them. It's books of them, but you got to look deep for them because they try to hide it. Suppression is probably one of the vastest tools they spread across information, and people be left in the dark. That's why we got these Aboriginal indigenous motherfuckers really thinking that they magic, like they think they're magicians. These motherfuckers sitting in the corner like Pookie, smoking crack, bro, or fentanyl or something. I don't give a shit. And they really cooking stuff up, thinking that this stuff is real, and it ain't. They don't understand that it's not real. And they say, oh, you saying the white man stuff back to you? No, you saying you got magic powers like white people used to say we did. So you actually saying what they saying. And don't even look at it. They don't even look at it like that. And that's got to be record ordered beforehand, before any type of real deal like action can take place, because we're gonna have to sit down with their councils, with their bad tribes, with the actual Native Americans, then the actual Aboriginals. They're gonna have to just take the understanding that they're gonna have to come to the table and they're gonna have to talk. All this nonsense where y'all going into other lives and y'all talking all of this weird stuff about Pan-Africans and we punks and cowards and stuff. To say that stuff in real life, say that shit face to face, because I want to really meet up and really see what's good. Like not on no violent stuff neither. I want to really see where your mind is at. I sat down with plenty of people that wanted to fight me and all kind of stuff, and we done talked it out, but with no fights. And I know that's gonna be a difficult thing to deal with, a difficult thing to do. But like I said, it's all speculative. I'm not like saying it's gonna really actually happen like in the near future or anything. What I'm saying is that it's something that needs to be kind of thought about, because these people fighting for this no matter what. Like we can forget about this, and Natives still gonna be fighting, Afro-Indigenous is gonna be still fighting with them that are in these tribes. Like they still in these tribes, or they still working to support these tribes. You know what I'm saying? We don't have that kind of structure here. That's why we need a nation. If we don't formulate a nation, we don't never get nothing done.
Yeah, that's when I'm actually open to that. After everything is straight, we get our shit straight.
Yep, yeah. That's what I'm saying. We got.
And I'm not trying to talk to niggas on the internet. I talk to my people on the internet because I understand us and what we doing. I got to see into their world. I need to see what's going on Like for real, we know our world because we're from this community. We start talking about that shit. We gotta get our shit together and then see what the hell's going on in your world.
Yep.
You're already on land. You already shaking hands with these people and getting billions and billions of dollars here and there and casinos and reservations, all. So you got your foundation. You just need to get him off your neck, off your pipeline, off your wells and all of that shit, off your grave sites. Boom. And then now what do y'all want? That's when they really get to speak their mind and say what the hell they on. I don't think it's gonna be no, yeah, let's just all fucking sit down and fucking name each other different things and stuff and territories and draw. I'm not seeing that. I'm not catching that. I know a lot of people gonna be on that kumbaya shit. There's gonna be some European people left over, and there will be more people around the world that want to come visit and see what happened. How'd you guys do this? And get rid of tyranny and all this stuff. But I think they're going to get back to like, yo, I want my shit back. People gonna start coming from Canada. That used to be down there because a lot of people ran up into Canada. They're gonna come back. There's people from Florida, natives from Florida went all the way to Canada. I just learned that shit yesterday, fucking around with that dude. Started digging into some shit. So yeah, I think they'll come back. And he sounded like he wanted to come back.
But yeah, the colonization of the
he's like he just don't want to come back into this shit. He'll come back after everything popping off. Because I remember I asked him, I said, what do you want us to do? What do you want us to do, bro? He's like, I want y'all to just take it. He wants us to get the land for him. But you just said you don't even want us here and that you own us. And you're our colonizer, so you want me to go get the land back for you because you're not telling me to go get it and keep it.
Yeah, that's not a good thought process to have. You want to use us as muscle to do it. I don't like that idea.
So you see the different things. So you see how many different minds. Now that's just all of the different people talking. These people are not in positions of power like that. So we can't take all of go off of their minds. But we know that there's different types of mentalities like that. So we got to see what those leaders are on. Some of them going to be thinking like him, and some of them going to be thinking like the ones you ran into, who was probably on some peaceful shit and probably had some alliances that was beneficial for people, even though we don't really hear about it that much. So we got to see what they on. They not all going to be on the same page though. So I can guarantee you that for sure.
Yeah, that's true. But don't forget about the abolitionist movement, man. I mean, they just did it. They declared and made statements and then went and did it. Like it took time before they had the prep and everything, but they just went and did it. But they was also in the midst of real press issues. You know what I'm saying? Like they was going through physical bullshit with all of this colonization. But from what I'm understanding, that when you take action, there's going to have to be things set in place before it would even go down. I'm not saying that it's going to happen in my lifetime, or it might. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I don't really want to go to war without having those things like reconnoitered first. You know what I'm saying? Like actually have them where we know the common cause. And that's the biggest part. Like that's to me gonna be the part that's gonna take the most time, and they're gonna take the most resources to actually make it constructive, so we can do that. But I'm saying like Singing Bear, it's a bunch of them out there, bro. It's a bunch of Singing Bears out there. I think it's to me because of.
I don't really know him. I only talked to him one time.
He good people, bro.
Yeah, man, Singing Bear is cool until you tell him the same shit that I be telling these other abos and Native Americans, that your ancestors come from Asia. And when I first said that, bro, I wasn't saying it to like take a shot. I'm saying it to the abos. So like, is that your people? Your people come from Asia? On some shit like that. But I guess they thought I was a abo or whatever. They want to hold to their oral traditions. That's cool. But you're not gonna put your oral traditions up against science and think that shit gonna fly.
Well, I told them that shit before.
Yeah, that's where we have the issue with some of them when it comes to that. That's when I just remember V and Vant, and we were just going over it, and a lot of them just didn't want to go with the scientific evidence that was out there and the haplogroup evidence that was out there, and that's when they separated from the science and went to that oral tradition, and that's what we'll have issues with them. And it's like, hold up, yo, the science is saying this shit, yo. It's like, hold on, man, you pushing back on the science, and that's where, I guess people who
white man shit.
Yeah, like if it's I don't know, people sometimes don't want to hold on to that shit. And I'm
using colonizer science. That's what they told me.
yeah, you using colonizer signs. It's like, ain't what our oral tradition says. And it's like, hold up, fam. Like we all come from Africa and we all have different genetic markers. And that's how these populations got classified by genetic markers. And that's what makes the European and the Asian and the early American, because these things change and occur during different weather phenomena. And it's either you gonna listen to the science or not. And it's just we're gonna have an issue. I think we're gonna have an issue with a lot. And I just stick to the science and the haplogroups, and that helps me understand the story. I try not to get pseudo with it. And that's when you have to listen to Mo, and Mo be like, I don't fuck with none of that pseudo shit. That's what keeps the mind right. You know what I mean? Because sometimes if you listen to your grandma, even though grandma's nice and we love grandma and all that, she could be capping.
Grandma probably had.
Grandma was not a scientist, family.
That's facts.
You know what I mean? Grandma was not a scientist.
Grandpa
didn't even know what genetics was, man.
Right.
So
she was not
I mean, she could have had she could have had a genuine heart, but still been wrong.
And don't get it twisted. We all love grandma. I love grandma, but that's not a scientific.
Right, it's not a scientific.
You know what I mean? You can't look at source. That's all I'm saying. And you can still listen to grandma's stories, though. I'm not saying don't. You know what I mean? Because grandma got excellent stories. But I'm saying she's not.
Don't go around calling grandma a lie about everything.
Right. All I'm saying is, man, don't come at me and saying I'm talking shit about your grandma. All I'm saying is she's not a scientific authority. She's not the authority. That's all. Right. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. You gotta disclaim it though. You never know who watching.
I love
grandma. You ain't no scientist.
Like, whoa, nigga. I love my grandma. Shit. Grandma, man.
Grandma, you said you was down there in '82. You a goddamn lie. They just told me on Port City Vibes channel. You a goddamn lie, grandma.
Yo, right? They gonna right. Everybody gonna be coming at it. Yo, you heard what a nigga said about my grandma's son? Oh man, shout out to all the grandmas, man, and all of the grandma stories that we heard and all that. But
my grandma was all type of shit, man. We gotta go see this.
Right, yo.
That's a part of our lineage too, though. They got oral traditions though that check out.
Right.
90% of it. The other 10%, I'm telling you, it's all absorbed into that the Aboriginal indigenous stuff, man. That's like I swear, I ain't even gonna lie to you. I don't even blame the grandmas. I tell you the truth. Even though I think they lying on grandma. If you
oh yeah, some of them definitely lying.
Grandma.
Yeah, some of them definitely lying.
Like, you know your grandma ain't say that, bro.
Never say no shit like that.
Yeah, some of them be capping on the grandma.
Yeah, and they want
and then oral tradition though. Like I do respect oral tradition because sometimes that's all people got, especially with our culture. That's all we got because sometimes we didn't write a lot of shit down. The European kind of wanted to write everything down and document this shit like that. I think we, so I have respect for the oral tradition. But when they get carried away into like we flying spaceships and shit like that, that's when it's like, hold up, man. Like I respect the Dogon. That's like, the Dogon get into the Series A and stuff, but they knew what the fuck they were talking about.
Some of their shit checked out, so they can do that.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Right to do that.
Right. They can do that because they shit checked out. It's like,
you can't pretend like you know how they did it. Like, the Dogons do it. Like, you don't know how they did this shit. They still trying to figure it out.
You dig what I'm saying? Because they talked about it. They can show you that shit. They was talking about it. Like that's stuff like that when it checks out. But when it don't check out and it start not to make no sense, that's when we have to kind of raise a flag up on it. Like, hold on, flag on the play. This don't check out. At least the Dogon shit check out. Their cosmology checks out. They know about the star series A, B, and fucking C.
Yep. They know about some stuff that we can't.
You dig what I'm saying? They knew about that. You can't call them pseudo. Mm-hmm. They was on point with it.
The Dogon had a very rich study of knowledge, man. Like their foundations is crazy. Yeah. It almost equates to Egypt, the culturally. But by method is not exact. It's obviously different because the culture is different.
Yeah, yeah,
But the
yeah,
same.
yeah.
But they similar in that they did meet up.
Hmm.
People got to remember, like they keep saying, "Oh, it wasn't no Egyptians in Iberia." Yes, it was. There was Sabian speakers. There was Sabian Nilotic, and they got some of their scripts. Like they would draw them in some of their data, and they did take some of them over there. Now
Mm.
the thing is, though, the majority of them obviously is going to be on the Trans-Saharan. It's going to be the Trans-Saharan. That's going to be obvious. It's some
Yeah,
West
tell you what, I
African.
got that book too. Yep, I got that book.
There's some of them on there too that from the
We
West
can do a
African.
thing on the Dogon, man. My bad. I ain't mean to cut you smack up. We can do a thing on the Dogon because the motherfucking Islam pushed the Dogon out.
Yeah, they hated Dogon. They hated
Hmm.
Dogoni's West Africans. They hated Dinkas, Mbandis. They let the Germans let them bring the doctor. It's German. They Germanic folks. But that thing Dr. Clark talked about, we let them traverse those children, the 200,000 children, and if only the Africans knew, that came from the Saxonies, the Saxons. It came literally from them. And a lot of people don't look at that. They don't think about that kind of stuff. Like that's where kidnapping itself, like we said before, that's where that comes from. It's like people look at that stuff like it's just it's a fantasy or it couldn't have been. How would they just not know? Deception is just as ancient as kidnapping. Like people like ever since the first speech, people learned to lie to each other from a long time ago. That's why it's sophism. Sophism is
See that?
horrible. It's been going on since the beginning of writing. And if you think about it, you go through a 400-year dark age with your knowledge. Like you have no history. That's why I keep saying that with the Dorians in Greece, they traded with Arabs too. But people won't say shit. They won't say nothing because by the time you could say anything about it, it was very minimal records, if any at all, that wasn't in stone or in Sicily. And by that time, the Almoravids, Almohads, Ghazanids, Marinids, all of them had already started to traverse across North Africa. They had already invaded Europe by that time. So a lot of that stuff is lost because they be burning shit. That's what I keep saying, and that's why a part of our history is prudent and substantial for us to preserve it and to add more of those facts to it because we making history right now. We just don't know it. We're not looking at it like that. We just see that we making a few I'm watching the presentation and now I'm sitting here not understanding that we are fully like invested and we making history like right now. We're just not looking at it like that. We just see it as we just passing our information. But people gonna look back and they gonna see this and they go like, damn, it was some people that made an effort to try to like uphold the truth in a way that nobody else really kind of did because that's all it is about the information. Like the information is going to give you power that you can't even describe yourself because you're going to be wielding it and using it. You're going to be like, damn, even I amaze myself and some of the things that we do because intuition is ancient too. Because think of just like you said, the star systems, like they had that intuition in order to provide themselves with that kind of information in order to read the stars. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all different types of things that we got to look at like tangentially, and we got to make sure that we get that shit out the way and get it solved and recognized so we can get to this real shit. Because right now, I feel like we in a phase, like we phase, like we here but we not. Like sometimes I like just like earlier today, I woke up and I was like, man, sometimes I feel like I'm not in reality just because of what people think, like how people think and how people are. You know what I'm saying? And we got to change that idea. We got to make people want to have another type of sense of hope where they'll be willing to make that move, to enact those physical things that we were so used to doing up until a few hundred years ago. Because the stuff that we're doing now, we ain't even been doing it 100 years and it's not fixed. You see what I'm saying? It's literally just not fixed.
Big facts.
And I feel like with the parts that I'm talking about with the Native Americans thing, like they know about that stuff. Um, Most of the information I get about American colonization comes from Latin America because that's where they went. That's the majority of the records that they bragged about went there. They didn't really come to the mainland almost at all. The colonizations that they went through, a lot of times the civil wars from other tribes. The Mississippian is an example of that. The Keekly Creek people, they went through their own separate from the Mississippian, and it went in tandem. It's other Creek civilizations like I was talking about last night. They went through the same kind of stuff. It's before we got there, before they even started bringing us here, and then we came in and they tried to replace us with them. That's why I'm glad Brother Lloyd, like he said that I reposted it immediately. I was watching that live. That was one of his best lives for me. Because I've been saying that forever. Nobody believed it. They're like, they never tried to replace Native. Yes, they did. They said it. The Jesuits said it. The Spanish said it. The British even at a point said it when it wasn't illegal, but it was always illegal. Like you ain't supposed to just go into somebody's shit, try to get to the interior and steal their people. You know what I'm saying? And then give confluence from each and every country that wants to participate in it, that wants to get in on this trade and get these resources and stuff. So they can like technologically move up themselves. They was doing the same stuff, man. Like they jumped in the fray and became kind of a phantom enemy because of that. Because they just kept doing that nonsense, man. And they was just and greed and power. That don't help. That made it worse. When they started stealing and privateering each other, that's when you know, yeah, this been going on for over a millennium. You can tell by how it's organized. You can tell by how they brag in the records. You can tell, bro. That's probably you read some of that stuff. Like when you was reading that stuff, Mo, it's hard to listen to, but you gotta hear it because it's like it's tragic, but you gotta hear it because it'll toughen your skin, it'll toughen your thoughts, and you'll know what you're getting into. You read something else similar to it. You won't be numb to it. You'll just understand, like, yeah, I'm about to get into something that's crazy. You prep your mind for that, you know. And with them, I just feel like it could be a better solution, man, if we figure out something. You see what I'm saying? Like figure out something where we can actually take it.
Hey, look, Smack. Once you figure it out, let me know.
Yeah, I feel you, bro.
You figure something out, let me know. Like, hey, Mo, look, boom, boom, bop, boom, bop, boom, bop, bop. Told you, and I'm with it.
The nation, man, we gotta figure out something to do, a real one, not no falsified, not no, because we're gonna self-identify anyway, but not no falsified bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about something where we can really put have an order to something. You know what I'm saying? Have some type of order because right now it's disorganized. Everything is disorganized. Everybody is everywhere doing their own thing, living their own life. But nobody's communal as they used to be.
The problem, man, this is the problem. These bitch ass niggas cut the African out and they put it to the side and they fucked us all up, man. I'm just gonna keep it real like that. If we all knew we were African, if we all claimed our African descent, we wouldn't have a problem, and we would be united under our Africanness. But no, we want to be Hebrew this, we want to be a Christian that, we want to be an Abo this, and it's just we got fragmented, y'all, and we lost our African mind. You know what I mean? And until we figure out who the fuck we are, we can't even align with anybody else. You know what I mean? To be allied, because we're gonna fucking be aligned with our oppressor.
Fact.
You know what I mean?
And I do not want to do that.
And you know what I mean? It's like, no, I'm a Hebrew. No, I'm a Christian. No, I've been here the whole time. It's like, well, shit. How the hell we gonna be united with any? How are we gonna align with anybody else or be allied with anybody else if we don't know who the fuck we are, and we lost our Africanness? We identify more with our colonizer than we do ourselves. That's what got us really fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yep, making back alley deals and stupid.
Yeah, it's like, yo, until we get back to Africa. Oh shit, damn! You know what? I am an African, man. I do understand the enslavement story. I do understand that all Africans was not enslaved. That's not what I'm saying. But it's like we got to get back to our African minds, yo. And I think once we do that, right, then we be more, then we get back to our blackness. When it's just like when we do that, we just more united, man. Everybody's seen what happened in Alabama. They was not Hebrews fighting. Those wasn't, Christians fighting. Those are black people, and they united. They united under their blackness. It was like, I see that black dude over there in trouble, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna help that brother, that elder, because I see myself over there. I see my dad over there. I see my uncle over there. And I think as long as we do that, we good. And and I think once we identify with our blackness and our Africanness, then we can have a group consciousness and be on the same one drum, one sound, one beat, right? And anybody that want to align with that and can help contribute to our cause, and we can help contribute to your shit, as long as we know who the fuck we are, we good. But the minute we start, it's like a group of people walking down and we all know who the fuck we are, and then somebody say, oh shit, I'm gonna go with them people, and then you lose 10 motherfuckers in your group. Because them niggas, them niggas want to identify with that group. And then we keep walking down the alley, and then all of a sudden 10 more niggas be like, oh shit, I like that shirt my man got on, let's roll with it and rock with them. And then you lose 20 niggas. You know what I mean? And then you keep walking, and then it's the same shit. By the time you get down the street, you're gonna be the only nigga down there. Fighting against all these other niggas that jumped ship on you. You like, hold on, why you on my side? Nah, man, I'm with niggas.
Who is you?
I'm the only nigga. I'm the only African out here.
Know you no more.
Everybody done cut their African out and put it to the side.
Oh, Africa's dead. That's what they be saying. Africa dead. Pan-Africanism is dead. That shit is dead. That movement is gone. Bro, this ain't a movement. It is what it is.
It's you.
You can't, the diaspora ain't going nowhere. We're just talking about what it is. Your movement can live and die because you making up shit.
Yo.
This is who the fuck we are.
That's all I'm saying, bro. Just don't cut the African part out. I think if we all unite under that, man, and we just get back to our African, it's like, just not forget that shit. We good. Just like the people on that boat when they like just blackness. Let's get back to that. Let's do that first. Let's at least do that. Because I see some of these niggas saying, man, we ain't black. Well, them niggas on the riverboat was black. And there was a black dude under distress. And I saw all these young black people show a display of unity under their blackness. It's kind of funny when we get pulled over, we black. When we get racially profiled, we black. Like these niggas, you can't cut that out. We can't time out on that. It's like suiting yesterday. It's like, hold on. You can't just time out on that shit. Like once you go outside, you black.
Right.
Black break.
Yeah, that shit. We can't just take a black break or African break.
Hey, that indigenous guy responded. I hope he show up because I'm gonna push his shit in.
Indigenous.
And
the dude that was on Dr. Mayat's and Unc shit.
Oh, I hadn't seen that. I gotta
see. He responded on TikTok?
Yeah. Talking about I'm unintelligent. Okay, I'm about to put your shit in. Show up.
Ooh, y'all don't want that shit from Suit. Suitin is really wanted.
Bro, look, I'm not trying to disrespect the nigga, but you come with the same argument. The Lost Continent of Mu, Kincaid, and the Egyptian Grand Canyon artifacts. That's what you're about to come with.
And it's ready.
It's ready.
Y'all say this shit so many times over and over. It's just sitting.
Hold on. He said something about Queen Mu.
PowerPoints open, so go ahead and.
I don't know if he said anything about Queen Mu. I hope he don't bring that shit up.
Better not.
He did.
Oh, we ready then. We all ready for that.
Yeah, the Lost Continent.
Augustus LaFleur Jones.
Wait.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course you got that one. The whole thing.
So we jumping in nigga? Is it
jumping?
We jumping in?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take all the points by yourself, go ahead.
Man,
he don't need backup.
Let me just run real quick.
Let me run through the whole script.
And y'all just Timberland them up with the books. I'm gonna just still on them with the Augustus. Boom. You know,
just walk him out the lobby, and I got the grand piano on the top.
I got you, dog.
Slide that.
Well, I told him, I said, bro, if you got the information.
Sharp, you know?
Now, hold on, let me get this straight. Did you send me that video? I gotta see that video first to see.
Yes, is your phone messed up still?
Hold on,
I
man.
put it in the chat.
Niggas excited, like we got some people.
How you calling you unintelligent? But this is the same nigga that was confusing melanin, it's neuromelanin and pheomelanin.
They explained that shit to him 20
He
times.
said, he said black people got neuromelanin so we can jump higher basketball, play like Jordan. Nigga, I got as much melanin as Jordan. I can't do that shit.
Oh, boy, man.
But this is the thing. He said that since he was on his phone, he couldn't share his stuff due to their platform issues. No. And I tried to explain it the best way. TikTok and YouTube ain't the same. Everybody knows that. So when you want to debate people on YouTube, you got to bring your information. You can't freestyle. Well, I don't know if he know that shit, but we know this. So we've been dealing with this for a long time. You're dealing with people that's not on your platform. So just because you showed the information on your phone on TikTok, your guests are used to it. But now you're dealing with a totally different audience. So you have to put your information on the screen so they can see what you're talking about. He just went over there freestyling. Yep. That ain't how a debate works.
Bars is whack.
Dude, I was like, these people don't know what a debate is. You have to put your information up and start talking about it. Read exactly what it's saying. Don't give me an image and then freestyle the information about the image. Go to the image on the website, because when you look at any image online, it's going to say visit. You just click visit. It's going to take you to a website. I want to know what it says there. So I'm about to look up who was the first person talking about the lost continent of Mu. If it don't check out to a fucking black person, then he can't even use that shit no more.
Oh, I thought, okay, that's the con.
I already got that Atlantis shit saved on my fucking laptop.
Hey, bro, y'all gotta look at the title of Dr. Mayat video.
Man, send that shit for me, Suitin, if you can.
It say the worst and saddest. It say the saddest debate ever.
I'm gonna send it. Wait, what you say?
It said the saddest debate ever. Dr. Maya.
Oh shit, that's what she titled it.
Nice.
That shit was sad.
That's the debate ever.
I'm mad. I got distracted. Boy, debate. Fuck.
Your boy was the first person to talk about it.
I smell crack. Like, man, fuck that shit.
Fucking Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx.
No, the lost continent of Mu.
What happened?
He calls it the land of Mu.
Oh man, yeah,
Yucatan
shit. Lemuria. They have all types of different.
It's the Yucatan shit, right?
Yeah, it's La Plungion.
Man, please let me at him. Oh, man, yo, I got that on deck, yo.
Hey, the only piece I wanted at is the his wife's psychic abilities.
Because I got I got that on deck, man. Because that's with the artifacts.
Bro, he ain't gonna show up.
Please come.
Look how long it took him to respond.
He should.
So he must feel like he got some information to take me down. Because that's the only time they ever start responding is when they get some new fucking information.
Yeah, it's like they can't wait to tell you. But it ain't real, bro.
I appreciate you sending. All right, I got it now. Thank you, Sutek.
Yeah, he cut is nuts.
That's wow.
Only chef that can't cook. This motherfucker sat there and man, I can't even describe.
Oh, drop the link again, Port.
Man, let me go. Man, they don't want to fuck with me with that Augustus LaPlaya Jones shit.
Yeah, I had that shit open and ready. Have it sitting there open while niggas kicking it. Just have it open. That's all I'll be doing. They be saying, I can't wait for you to say something, though.
I'm ready, yo.
Yeah.
Shorty got up there kicking it though. She had it back to back to back to back. Like it sounded like she was practicing that shit in the mirror. She's like,
hey, we gotta learn to let them rock out like that, yo, and just go with it.
Yeah, and for the sake of the YouTube video too, because when we go in to go back and get a clip, but Pseudo Sunday and shit, it can have all that cutting in and out, and sometimes you can't hear them.
Okay, so look, it says
let them rock out.
The Lost Continent of Mu by James Churchward. That's another that's Albert Churchward's brother.
Yeah, he did one too, yeah.
And James Churchward, to my knowledge, is the same motherfucker that was friends with Darwin.
Yeah, probably. I'm not sure, but yeah.
I'm just putting it out there. And if
James,
let's say we put that into consideration that there was the lost continent. There's mountains that go from from America into Africa. So where does lost continent come from?
Is this the Yucatan by any chance they talking about?
No, I think I think it might be the Appalachian Mountains. I got to relook. But there's mountains that's how they know that the continent they used to be together, because there's some mountain they drifted apart, but they clearly see it in America and in Africa. So I don't know where
they was together. They was together several times. There's Pangea, I think, was the last time. I think they was together like 3 or 4 times.
Let me grab my phone. What the fuck is happening?
Yeah,
it says North America and Africa were connected. The Appalachian formed part of the same mountain chain as the Little Atlas in Morocco. So that's how they know that the land masses was together. They call them the Central Pangean Mountains. these niggas are lost their mind.
I say it all the time. Go in and like the video, Pet Family.
Yeah, we got sidetracked. I had a couple of things I wanted to read, but it's cool. I'll say that shit for the next.
Yeah, it's all good. We can shit. What we doing? Next
you know what we doing? You gonna go to sleep?
No, he's talking about next week. He's on
the next week, John.
Well, it's whatever needs your platform.
I know, right? I'm just saying, I like to ask y'all niggas too, man.
It don't look like Papa Patch is showing up anytime soon.
Man, look, we're saying about him, man. He had his one show. I gave him a show. He good. I'm moving on. But yeah, I just was curious, man, to see if y'all had any interest in shit.
I don't think they want any more.
Or the family down there.
Shit, I mean, it's a hella Islam shit left. That can
yeah, I still got Islam shit. That's what I'm asking. Do y'all family? I still want us to push Islam in the chat. I got to get the people. Got to get the people what they want. For real, if y'all want us to push Islam again,
I think we need to, whatever it is, we need to keep it. So we need to keep pushing that slavery shit.
Yeah, I'm down with that. That's
what I got. I got like 13.
Angle we need to go. It don't matter. Christianity, Islam, slavery itself, the effects of it, whatever.
And I mean, we want Christianity too. I mean, I know we were doing that. I got a book called The Red Sea and the Byzantine and the Caliphate between 500 and 1,000, and it talks about both, because that's was the precursors to Islam and stuff, like what was going on.
Yeah, I'm dealing with that Portuguese shit and that castle, the door castle. No return.
Oh shit, you in Elmina right now?
I don't know what the name of it is.
Yeah, that's in Ghana, right?
Yeah,
because that's what I'm trying to go there.
Dealing with the Nzinga Mambiba to Portugal King.
That's the Congo King.
Yeah, I was going to try to go there. Congo.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they got converted too. Okay. All right. You want to stick with that? Then we can still do that. And
I thought Rocky was gonna show up. That's why I got all this shit. Cause we
can still do it for the family though.
The transatlantic slave trade happened or some shit.
It's gonna be up. It's gonna be up and stuck. So she can run it.
You want to go into Congo and do the Portuguese coming in there, because I can rock with you with that, and we can.
Yeah, I got some Portuguese shit I ain't get into too, so we can knock that out.
We can do that. I'm trying to think.
Are you talking about that Kenny Man shit?
Huh?
Them going in and converting the king.
Yeah, came into Congo, converted to king. I got a book on that.
Yeah, they came through burning down the fetish houses, quote unquote fetish houses, and all that shit. So it go deep in the Congo.
Yeah, they changed some shit around. That's why the slaves that's in New York are named Congo, Angola.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, facts. Angola, yeah, that too. Rwanda, yeah, they were going ham with them. Those places, like they renamed them. Like they just took the people, put them somewhere, and named some. They named it after them. Named it after the people. Just like the heraldry, the coat of the Negro coat of arms. That's the same exact psychology. It's the same psychology. These are the people that got us the money to build the colony through our investment, and got us the resources, and they put them as the face of it, and gave like this weird diabolical kind of insinuation to their own people, not to other black people, not to other people of color, if you can find other people of color, because they even try to turn the Indians on us, like when they eliminated an object. You gotta look up them. They erased them. That's just a language group now. Like those people don't. Some of them are mixed with other people, but the root, like they first and second roots, are gone. There is no object in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like they went over there and they clean house in the worst way you can think about it for them. They even got them involved with some of the colonization. They got some of the remnants on the people that was like their enemy tribes, or however you want to call it. They participated in some of that against Africans. That's why people get pissed off at Somalis and of different types, and they think that they're invaders for a reason. Like they got it's a real difficult strain of contention in the Horn of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel bad for them, because it's kind of like how Native Americans that's like mixed, white passing and black passing, or whatever. Like that idea it's not young. It's an old idea. They've been doing it over in Iraq forever. Because you look at Pakistan is all of the different nations of people, or I guess tribes of people that was split up and traversed everywhere, and that's where they came up with the name of Pakistan. Like it comes from colonization and colonial encroachment. That's what happened to the Khoisan people. They got colonially encroached, and they made I'm not sure if it's the Khoi that they made move to the San region, or the Sans that made move to the Khoi region. But they was warned against each other. Like it was parts of their clans that was not. They was with the smoke. They was with that beef. They weren't playing, but they would keep separate so they wouldn't have to go to war and have loss of resources, life. And the British, French, the motherfuckers that call people to America, Dutch went down to South America or South Africa and created the Cape of Good Hope. That's where the origins of that comes from. It comes from them going down there, and there wasn't no good or no hope down there. They was down there like they was down there. They was down there smoking crack. They was down there smoking that old ancient crack, that stuff that's on a whole nother level. They was tripping them.
That Dane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that Dane.
That Dane strong, boy. You hit this shit, you gonna turn into an Indian, nigga.
Man. You gonna turn into
Choctaw, you feel it? Oh damn, Choctaw.
Right after the first.
Boy, hit that bitch again, I'm creep.
Man. I gotta do this, man. I gotta do it.
Give me my leg.
Make it be over, family. They be calling me. But yeah, shit, we can do that Sudan. I'm just thinking right now, we can do the Portuguese, the Congo. We can still talk a little bit about Islam medieval times around that time, and how the Christians and the fucking Islam was trying to fight for fucking Africans and shit, pretty much.
Yeah, we're just gonna take a little bit of pressure off of Islam and then open it up a little bit. It's still gonna be about slavery, basically.
Yeah, we can move it around. And family, if y'all want us to do something, put it in the chat, man. So we'll see it, and we can get on it too.
It'd be West Africa. It'd also be North Africa, and it'd be Islam as well. The war between the Ghaznavids and the Marinids, like I'm reading like they're not really narratives. They're kind of like captain's laws, like captain's briefs, what they would kind of do. It's crazy what they was doing down there, bro. Because you know who was talking about? They was chasing them on ships. The Muslims was chasing other Muslims and blacks on ships in the Bight of Bennett. And with the just
Nigga,
look
they
up
made this
those
shit a beach resort.
the Bight of
Where?
Bennett.
I'm gonna read it. It says the Atlantic slave trade started in 1444 when 235 people snatched from the newly discovered coast of West Africa were put up for sale in Lagos, now a laid-back Portuguese beach resort on Europe's southern tip, southwestern tip. I mean,
Yeah. If my memory serves me correct, I think that was when the Portuguese first went there, the Africans was charging them rent. They charged all the Europeans rent because they didn't know what they was gonna do. And then and I think that's where they settled. I think that's where a lot of the Portuguese actually some of their people that would go up there because they spoke the vernaculars of Creole in Africa. Remember I showed y'all that Arab they had an Arabic. I showed you on the iPad they had the Arabic version of Creole. It was the orphan language of the Arab and how they was trading African stuff back and forth. And I think the Portuguese settled in that area, in that region. I think Lagos is one of those places, yeah. Like and the D'Souza family might have some properties from or some type of record from that because they wanted the slave trade to keep going. When people kept saying we kept selling our people. And the Opomus kept telling them that that's bullshit. The Owus, even the Owus, because the Owus was enslaving each other too, but it was coastal slavery. It wasn't chattel. There was just like his enemy tribes. Like you think the enemies, what they're gonna just come to a peace and just be cool with each other? No. A lot of times they either upended, uprooted everything, and would sell each other to other kings. What was his name before they started before the Europeans invaded? They was preventing that between each other. They was fighting civil wars to not be slavers to each other, and it had nothing to do with them selling their people to Europeans. They didn't know what a lot of times they didn't know where the Europeans were taking them. They keep saying we selling our people. You gotta look up the Apomos with the Portuguese, and then look up the Mariners and Gazanas, man. That's right in that same area. It's not the same time frame, but it's got a lot to do with Iberia and how Arabic Europe was started, or what they call it, Islamic Iberia. All of that stuff comes from there. I mean, we got a lot of those Muslim.
Andalus. Yeah, I think people try to conflate all those different tribes as if like we looking at it in Western eyes. Like, yeah, they all black to us, but no, they identify by tribal affiliations. So a Yoruba, you ain't gonna be able to tell a Yoruba he's the same as an Igbo. It's just not gonna happen. Even though they may be genetically similar, they're not culturally similar. And culture is the order of the day. So this is how these folks identify each other with each other. So you know you can't say that they sold each other because they didn't look at it as we all black. That's a Western modern ideology.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was enemies.
Right. That's a good point.
Yeah, he right. That's the show. But when you enemies, you can still look like
Hey, speak up a little bit, Smack. I don't know if it's me. I can't hear you. I guess that's me. I did turn my shit down. My bad.
No, he is low. I just turned my shit up.
Yeah, you know a little bit.
Oh, my bad, y'all. Hopefully is that better?
No, that's exactly the same.
Really?
My voice trash. My bad. Damn.
You good, bro?
It's probably just your mic.
I fucked them up, y'all. Damn.
No, we get it though. We ain't closing the door on no natives or nothing. It's just I gotta figure it out. Shit. You already got the ideas. Get together, do it. Let's look at it. See what you're talking about. See what you got going on. Boom. My main focus is like we got a lot of shit to worry about, and that's just what it is. I ain't trying to offend nobody. I'm not concerned I've been studying a lot of my history, and just we were always concerned with everybody else. And it feels like we just need to stop doing that. It's just common sense. It don't take no type of serious math. It's like we was worried about that, worried about that, worried about that, worried about that, and we not worried about it. It's the same thing that's going on with the school shit. That's why I wanted to keep on pushing the slavery, because I don't give a fuck if they take it out of schools. We gonna do it anyway, even if turned everything and said no, hell no, and put it in there. We need to make sure that we're still teaching it, because they're not gonna teach all of it anyway. So we got to just stop paying attention to all this other shit. I think we'd be getting distracted because we got more than enough brain power and resources and connections and shit to get shit done. But everybody's turning into other creatures and shit. They lost their damn mind. So we got to fix this shit we got going on and try to not get distracted. But if y'all already got shit going on, hey, just keep doing it and work that shit. It's not, everybody got a different lane, and that's just not my lane. I can't do it, bro. I don't have enough trust in me to do that shit. It's already hard trusting my people. You never know who they're gonna be. You go to sleep and wake up, and these motherfuckers other people. Like they different people. Like you was just this other person, bro. Who the hell is this? Right, it wasn't that much in the school, so that's why I learned that we ended up doing this shit. We just need to keep on pushing that shit forward. But we ain't got nothing against nobody. We the last ones to actually be on some racist or forget you because you look different. That can't be what it is. So if y'all snap out of it, get out your feelings, y'all get where we coming from. Just study our history and you'll get it. We ain't got time for that.
You ain't lying, man. It's all about looking out. Well, shit, man, I ain't gonna keep this thing going too long, yo, unless y'all got something to add to it. That way, Suitin can get started early.
Bro, he was showing up.
Ain't nobody gonna come to this jump. They're gonna come to your jump.
Oh, wait, I can ask you on TikTok. Good.
They're gonna come to
your showing up to that.
Well, shit, let me know, because if we talking about Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx type shit, I got you. But no, man, everybody can close out, man. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this studio joint up.
All right, y'all. Thanks for showing up. Peace.
Yeah. Hold on. Pause. My bad. So next week we Christianity, kind of Islam a little bit. Focusing on Portuguese, right, in the Congo, slavery, right?
Yeah, pretty
medieval.
much.
Yeah. All right, got you.
But y'all, thanks for showing up. We will catch y'all on the next. Well, I guess in this case we'll catch you on the other side of Suit Going Live. And hey, put your feelings in your back pocket, whether you native, black, African descent, whatever you are. If you got your feelings hurt, whatever, just go check the information. If you want to challenge something, challenge it. Get up here, put your opinion, drop some shit in the chat, whatever. Post a video. It is what it is. We open all discussions, but stay the hell away from slavery, please. Leave it the fuck alone. Go be all you could be, whatever the fuck you want to be, but leave slavery alone. Just leave Africa the fuck alone, because you're gonna lose every single time, especially when it comes to this education shit. So share it, and we'll catch you on the other side.
Hey, salute to y'all, man. Peace. Appreciate y'all for letting me on the platform to build. Hopefully I can be able to come through when y'all have one of these pseudos on, so I can have a little fun. But yeah, man, I'm gonna catch y'all on TikTok when y'all go live.
All right, brother, man. Yeah, anytime, man. You're more than welcome to come back up.
Hey, thanks for having me up, even though my mic is trash. I got love for y'all, man. I appreciate it.
Nah, you're more than welcome to come up, bro. All the time, man. Smack is a busy man, family, man. He busy, man. He ain't sitting on his ass, y'all, at the house. He got shit to do. But he always have time to stop by to, give us a piece of his mind. So we appreciate Smack.
Hey, I appreciate you, bro. Heck yeah. I'm gonna see y'all all right now.
Yeah, Smack got shit to do. He be like, yo, I'm on the rooftop right now. I just want to check in and push somebody's shit in from on top of this roof.
Right. Yeah, next week, everybody that's in the chat. No, I'm gonna just count. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I got 12 websites that I'm gonna read from. They're not that long, so I'm gonna read them. I was gonna read them, but we start talking about other stuff. So next week I'm gonna go ahead and I saved them. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna push people's shit in. I thought Rocky would have showed up because she don't believe the transatlantic slave trade was real. So I'm gonna be reading from the Portuguese, because the Portuguese, they tried to not talk about their part in the transatlantic slave trade. They pushed that shit under the rug, and now they got people. Especially, it's an Afro-Indigenous person over there in Portugal right now. And I guess he got funded, and they voted to give him funding so he can look into it, because they tried to hide a lot of their shit. When I looked up, I tried to find the letters that people were writing, because Portugal that was writing in their diaries, going to the west part of Africa to the point of what they call the door of no return. And they seen those people in that filth, and they were writing about it, but I cannot find the fucking letters. The only thing I can find is the African kings writing to the Portuguese ruler at the time. I think it was I don't forgot the dude's name, Jose or some shit. So yeah, y'all be on the lookout for that. I guess I see y'all on TikTok.
Hell yeah, man. Ready to push some shit in, fam. All right, fam. There you have it. We are on volume 14. And we're going to come back and bang with you guys again on volume 15. We're going to keep it going, man. Thanks for all the brothers that stop in and contribute to the push. The push continues. Patrice, if you are in the chat, I got your necklaces. I'm late on sending them joints out. I got you, sister. And they will be on their way. I just want to let you know I haven't forgotten about you. Thank you for putting your order in. But yeah, family, we're going to come right back at y'all next week. Like I said, if you guys have any time period in history that you guys want us to kind of look at, man, I don't mind you guys kind of putting it in there. And if we can push on it, we can go ahead and do it and get it to you guys. But thank you guys for supporting us. Go ahead and follow my homie Suitin right now. If you haven't followed him, go ahead and follow him now on TikTok, because he's about to, when he start pushing shit in, y'all, it's a different type of push. You feel it a little bit more, family. You feel it a little bit more with Suitin. Shout out to my homie, yo. But nah, go ahead, get you something nice, because his lives be off the chain, yo, for real. But yeah, Patrice, I got you, sis. I haven't forgotten about you. I'm a one-man show when it comes to it, so sometimes I get the orders out a little late, but I got you. And I'm gonna go ahead and give you an extra one just cause you one of the biggest supporters. So I'm gonna put some extra ones in there for you, Patrice, just to let you know. But shout out to everybody. Shout out to Sharonda and everybody. But may the push be with you, family. That's right. I'm gonna go ahead and close out. Like I said, catch us next week. We're going to be talking about all types of shit. We got the Congo, Portuguese. I'm going to crack some shit open. You know, it's a push party. That's what we do. I'm going to close out with this music. I'm looking for it, family. I'm looking for the music. Where the damn music at? I should know by now. Like, I've been here this long. But it's like on the bike, sometimes the handlebars and shit, it's different, you know? Peace, family. I'm out.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.